privileged to have freedom, and we're privileged to be supported by our men and women of the armed forces. So it's a privilege to lead you as we salute our flag and our country. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor. First item on the agenda is oral communication. The public may speak on any item that is not on the agenda. Does anyone wish to speak today?
All these people and no one has anything to say. I just want to say that I appreciated the Finance Committee meeting last week, and I missed all the other members of the public that did not attend because it was very interesting. And if anyone has concerns about what's going on in our county, they need to attend the Finance Committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. Ann Connolly, Human Services Agency Director. And as promised at the March 6th meeting, it is my pleasure to introduce you to our new health officer, Dr. Robert Bob Bernstein. And I just can't tell you how thrilled we are to have him on board. So I'll let him say a few words.
Thanks, Ann, and thanks very much to the board for your decision to bring me out here. I'm really pleased to be here and pleased to be able to serve the community. I've worked at the global level, I've worked at the national and state level in the U.S., and I'm really pleased to be here at the ground level. Happy to answer any questions, and thanks very much for the opportunity to see you again.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Full room and nobody wants to talk. I just love it. All right, would the clerk please read our consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held March 20th and March 28th, 2018. Adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency due to pervasive tree mortality as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C. Approving the amendment to the Behavioral Health Management Class Specification, approving an amendment to Article 3 of the Memorandum of Understanding for the District Attorney's Office to include canine pay, approving the invitation for bids for contract number 1690 Special Districts on-call maintenance, and issue a call for bids due on April 26, 2018 at 2 p.m., approving the notice of completion for contract number 1715, the Q and Mill Emergency Storm Drainage Project. Adopting a resolution authorizing the sheriff to apply and accept the 2017-18 State of California Park and Recreation Off-Highway Motor Vehicle Grant. Approving the reappointment of Leonard Casaretto to the Oak Grove Cemetery District. Approving the reappointment of Jim Maddox, Jim Phelan, Kevin Townsend, Fred Vigil to the Fish and Game Preservation Fund Advisory Committee, and accepting the resignation of Alan Fulkerson and directing the clerk to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy. And item number 10 has been pulled off the agenda.
Does the board wish to pull anything from the agenda?
Item 6, please.
Item 6. Any public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, for a motion.
I'll move in favor of the consent calendar minus item 6.
We have a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Thanks. Clerk, please read item 6.
Consideration of approving a notice of completion for project number 1715, the Q and Mill Emergency Storm Drainage Damage Project.
Mr. Chairman, we don't really need the staff up here other than to applaud them. And the reason I wanted to pull this item is the briefing memo on this doesn't do justice for what really happened. Our roads department and our engineering staff in CRA did a remarkable job, and I just wanted to make note of that. We had a lot of challenges last year. We continue to have a lot of challenges. They did 2 projects up in the Cedar Ridge area and got them done They got them done with a threat of storms, but they got them done ahead of schedule. They got them done under budget. This is one of them, and we know it worked because it survived a pretty major storm recently. And I just wanted to recognize them for doing a good job and an outstanding job, a remarkable job, and thank them for that. And I didn't want to go without saying that on the consent calendar. So with that, I'll move approval of the notice of completion.
Second. Okay. We have a first and a second. Any public comment? All those in favor? Aye. Passes 4-0. Thank you.
Supervisor Gray, it's my understanding that a group was outside and they missed oral communications and they have a lot of cute little kids with them. So would you be willing to entertain reopening that?
I would think we probably should do that. Okay.
Thank you so much, and I apologize. We were trying to keep the chaos to a minimum by waiting outside for our turn, and apparently the chaos got the better of us, and we didn't hear you guys start. So thank you so much for letting us speak and come in. I have an entourage behind me. My name is Annie Hockett, and I'm here today representing Somerville Parent Nursery School. You might remember us infiltrating your board last year with all these orange shirts, and we're here again to promote a fundraising event we have coming up. And we feel pretty lucky that we're here today on a day we know the board is recognizing April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. We feel very strongly that having high-quality early childhood education directly impacts child abuse prevention efforts in our community. So not only do we have our shirts, we're also sporting some blue ribbons in support of that. So before I get to the specifics of the event, I want to just talk a little bit about our program. SPNS is a cooperative preschool program serving children ages 18 months to 5 years old. Our program has been operating since 1969, which makes us in our 49th year of operation. And this is my son, who heard there was a microphone here and was pretty excited.
That's a new Randy Hanvell thing.
In a minute, okay? So our tenure is really quite amazing considering the many challenges that have come up over the past several years that have maybe put our program in jeopardy of closing. Our program is unique and somewhat rare given the delicate balance that's required to keep programs operational and flourishing. In our program, parent volunteers assume the responsibilities of program administration and day-to-day functions, and we serve as teaching assistants under the guidance of a certificated preschool teacher. The research is really clear that investing in high-quality early childhood education has far-reaching benefits. I don't need to tell you guys that. You know that. The estimates vary depending on what source you look at. The highest figure I've seen is this is my other one. Maybe he's up there after Ben. For every dollar invested in high-quality early childhood education, there's a return on investment of $7, and it's really hard to argue with that math, I think. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Heidi Lupo, who's going to talk a little bit about our event and our efforts.
Good morning. Thank you guys for having us and listening to our chaos. One of the things that's so important to me, and I think that sentiment is shared throughout this room especially, is young families in our community. And I know being a young family and young parent myself, one of the things you do immediately is you kind of run down the gamut of what programs are here. How do they benefit your kid? How do we do this in the future? How do we provide them with the best opportunities? This program does just that. Not only is there a history and a heritage here, but it keeps us competitive with other communities in the state of California. There's other cooperative nursery school programs similar to ours in areas like South Lake Tahoe, Newport Beach, Marin. We kind of set the standard. I also know that I've been asked recently, why do you guys fundraise so much? How come you just don't pay for your kids to go to preschool? And in fact, we do. Every member pays a daily tuition rate, competitive with all the other programs in the county. But when we look at things like capital improvement projects, one of which is replacing our playground structure in the very near future, we have to fundraise. These things are expensive. And I know everyone gets invited to a lot of fundraisers. They're all great. But Ours is the best. I can tell you that right now. We have a fabulous silent auction. We have great food, great cocktails. So we'd love to see all of you guys there supporting our community and supporting this program now and in the future. The kids have some flyers. They'll be happy to disperse them. And have a great day, guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Clerk, please read the next item.
Number 11 is presentation of the 2018 Child Abuse Prevention Poster and Poetry Contest winners in recognition of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Okay, who is going to take care of this item?
Good morning. My name is Julie Stewart. I'm the activity coordinator with the Tuolumne County Recreation Department. Thank you for allowing us this time today to honor some young talent in our 30th annual Child Abuse Prevention Poster and Poetry Contest. Through this poster and poetry contest, we hope to bring attention to the prevention efforts in Tuolumne County and allow the children to express their feelings regarding this issue. I would like to give special thanks to the Prevent Child Abuse Tuolumne County Council for the cash prizes for the young artists and poets who we are honoring here today, and to those who had the tough job of judging all the posters and poems and choosing the winners. The theme this year is Building Community, Building Hope. At this time, I would like to introduce the Youth Center coordinators who work closely with the youth in our community. Jenna Sparacco, the Groveland Youth Center coordinator. Monica Hirschfeld, the Jamestown Youth Center coordinator. And Lori Britt, the Tuolumne Youth Center coordinator. We would love if Supervisor Gray could help distribute the awards. Monica Hirschfeld is going to get us started and present the awards for the Jamestown Youth Center. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Do we have... All right. So unfortunately, some of the students couldn't make it, so we're just going to honor the ones who were able to come today, and I will give the other ones out to them when they come to the center. So I have those two, sir. Thank you. All right. So for first through third place, our third place winner is Eli Lagan. Again.
Excuse me, could you show me what one was your picture?
Behind you guys.
Well, that's great. Thank you.
Our second place winner is Lexi Heim.
Hi, Lexi. Which picture was yours? Here you go. Oh, that's really
Nice. Thank you. And our third place is Pete Lawson.
Congratulations, Pete. Which picture was yours? Well, that's nice. Thank you.
Alrighty, and for our 4th through 6th graders, some weren't able to make it, but I'm going to announce the winners anyways. Our third place was Michelle Newt. Our second place was Lindsay Fraser. She is here today.
Congratulations. Where's yours?
And our first place who wasn't able to make it was Mackenzie Bouchard. And we'll do 7th and 8th. The third place winner is Becca Blackman. She wasn't able to come today. Second place, Jamie Hernandez, was not able to make it, but our first place winner was Jamie Jensen. You show them your poster. All right, and then I'd like to introduce the Tuolumne Youth Center Coordinator, Lori Britt.
How are you? Okay, so I'm not sure who all is here, so I'm just going to call out everybody. Third place through first place for our first through third graders. Our third place winner was Haley Bowman. There she is. Hey, Haley.
Hi, Haley. Where's your
Very nice. Our second place winner is Jenna Zuniga. Good job coming.
Jenna? Where's your poster?
And our first place winner was McKinley Williamson. It is McKinley.
Where's your poster?
Nice.
A lot of good work.
For our 4th through 6th graders, we have Zach Sundling for third place. Zach is here. Audrey Miller for second place. And Robert Sundling, his brother, for first place. So they're not here. Put these back over here. And last but not least, our 7th and 8th graders, we have third place, Madeline Sharkey. Sorry. Good job. Yep. And we have a co-winner. We have 2 kids that did their poster together that won second place, and that's Todd Leslie and Kaya Hall. Our dual winners, they worked together.
Todd, didn't you win something last year? Mm-hmm. This is a new winner.
Good job, guys. Which one's yours? Everyone?
Mr. Chairman, I think the audience needs to know that Todd is a repeat winner. His reputation precedes him.
He does. And I didn't look at anyone, I don't look at anyone's names when I'm judging. When I'm picking my top 3, I just look at the posters, and so I had no idea who I was picking, really. Shay Rainey is our first place winner for the 7th and 8th graders. And I would like to introduce our Groveland Youth Center Coordinator, Jenna Sparacco.
All right. I'm also not sure who was able to make it, so I'm going to go ahead and just announce the names as well. Third place for our 1st through 3rd grade division is Morgan Darrow.
Morgan, congratulations. Where's your poster?
Second place goes to Grant Pollock.
Congratulations, Grant.
I'll switch it up. And then first place goes to Linnea O'Neill.
There you go. And you're going to have to trade with Grant because I gave him yours by mistake. Where's your poster.
All right. Third place for our 4th through 6th grade division goes to Jackson Mesa. Our 2nd place goes to Trinity Romaine. And our 3rd place goes to Destiny Romaine. All right. For our 7th through 8th grade division, 3rd place goes to Connor St. Clair. 2nd goes to Madison Darrow. Towards the end.
Okay. I need a second. Let's see. All right. Thank you. We're done?
And then one. Okay, and 1st place goes to Harley Lennon.
Congratulations to all the winners.
So next we have the high school poetry. So 3rd place goes to Daniel Cook. 2nd place goes to Lauren Cravey. And 1st place goes to Kayla Landman. I would like to thank everyone for taking the time to recognize these young artists and the important cause. Thank you.
Any public comment? I think this is one of the fun things that we get to do as supervisors. Clerk, please read item number 12.
Consideration of adopting a resolution recognizing April 2018 as Child Abuse Prevention Month, Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Good morning, Chairman of the Board, members of the Board. My name is Corey Allen with the Department of Social Services, today representing your local Child Abuse Prevention Coalition, known as Prevent Child Abuse Tuolumne County. If you're with PCATC or you're a child-serving or family-serving agency, organization, or human, will you stand? There it is. It's incredible when you get to come and talk about such an important topic as child abuse prevention when you are surrounded by preschool children experiencing warm, safe, nurturing environments, both in their home and in their out-of-home environments. When you have a room full of children who have been given a voice to talk about the importance of safe communities, safe homes. And you can see through their written word and their images, these children, many of them have a real understanding. They might have a friend who's experienced difficulty. They might have experienced difficulty. And the fact that our community gives that voice to the children and says, you matter, that builds our community resiliency. That is child abuse prevention. It's simply reaching out and saying, take your turn. It's your turn to speak. The theme this year is to help great childhoods happen. And as Donald Trump put in his national proclamation, National Child Abuse Prevention Month is an annual reminder that not every home is a haven of acceptance and unconditional love. Too often, childhood is marred with pain, violence, neglect, and abuse, which can have lifelong psychological, emotional, and physical consequences. What's exciting in our community is that these local efforts make a difference. We have partners, formal partners like Infant Child Enrichment Services, Center for a Nonviolent Community, our local schools, our after-school programs that are all dedicated to the specific activity of child abuse prevention. And then we have individuals, just like yourselves, the partners that you work with, your neighbors, that reach out and help someone when they need it. It's sometimes those informal outreaches that make such a difference. We applaud the efforts of all of you who stand up for our youth and for families and for those who serve and protect. And with that, we ask your consideration in recognizing and proclaiming April 2018 as Child Abuse Prevention Month and signing that proclamation in front of you.
Any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
With great pleasure and profound respect and admiration for the people that work in trying to prevent child abuse throughout our community, I would like to make the motion to approve the resolution.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yes, those of you who can't see these statistics, this effort has achieved remarkable results. But unfortunately, even the latest number is way too high. Anything above 0 is way too high, but this one's still pretty high. And so this is really an important thing. It's a privilege to second the motion.
And for all of you that do all this hard work, you need to be commended because it is difficult and there certainly is a need out there. So we have a motion by Supervisor Rhoda for a second by Supervisor Hanvelt. I already asked for public comment. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read item 13.
Consideration of adopting a resolution recognizing April 8th through 14th, 2018 as Tuolumne County Crime Victims' Rights Week in Tuolumne County and commending individuals for their outstanding service to crime victims and the community.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Gray and members of the board. This is always my favorite board meeting of the year. I'm here, as read on the agenda, to ask your board to proclaim the week of April 8th through April 14th as Tuolumne County Crime Victims' Rights Week. It is Victims' Rights Week across the nation, and our theme this year and locally is Building Community, Building Hope. And after witnessing all the wonderful awards to the children and looking at these posters and the messages they send, I think that we are doing a good job in the area of building community in Tuolumne County. We have several awards that I would like to present. We do this every year, and it's really to recognize those individuals in our community who have gone above and beyond in the last year and throughout their careers in advocating for victims, protecting victims, and fighting for victims' rights. So I would like to present those, but I didn't know if you wanted to first deal with the resolution.
Right. We're going to deal with the resolution first, and then if it's all right, I would like to come down and also help you present those awards.
That would be great.
We take public comment first.
Public comment. In the motion, yes.
I just wanted to point out, as a resident of Sonora, that Police Officer Ashley Brandow is our newest hire. And when I was a victim, she was very helpful.
Thank you. Okay, with the motion, the resolution, I'd like to also have a motion to approve the recognition.
First, I'd like to comment. I want to thank Laura, our district attorney, and her staff, and the law enforcement people that support you and all the others. This is a remarkable thing every year when we've done this, and I've heard a few of the stories. It breaks your heart about some of the things that happen out there. And you all fight the good fight. You support these victims, and you bring them you bring them real justice and closure to a very terrible situations. I hate that you have to do this, but it's so important, and the accomplishment is amazing. So I want to thank everybody that does this and recognize them. And have you had them stand up? I think we need them. Have them stand up.
We're definitely getting there. If I
Okay.
could have my office, anyone that's with the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office, and all of most of our law enforcement is standing, I think. But if there's any of you that are not standing, would you all please stand at this time?
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move in favor of the proclamation and the certificates, award certificates at this time.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Hanveld, second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Thank you.
He wanted to say something.
Yeah, I got a comment, just one. I think it's important. Our law and justice system in this nation is really designed to protect people who are accused of crimes and make sure that they get all of their rights and everything. This program that we have in this county is really commendable because it's easy in trying to preserve all the rights of the accused to forget that in every crime there's a victim and that their rights have already been violated. And I just want to thank again our DA's office, all of our law enforcement, all of the community partners that play a role in this. It's so important that we take care of the victims. And this, I think, is one of, it's sort of a good news, bad news. It's bad news that we have victims and that their rights have been violated and they've been injured in any number of ways. But it's good news that we've got a program that's designed to try and help them through the worst of times. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now I can come up and help you?
Are we ready? We're ready.
I'm ready.
And before we get started, seeing the presentation, it's such a great month because it's Victims' Rights Week, it's Prevent Child Abuse, and we are partnering with Prevent Child Abuse Tuolumne County to put on a luncheon next week as part of our Victims' Rights Week. That is going to be April 11th from 11:30 to 1:30 at Black Oak Casino. Supervisor Hanvelt has already RSVP'd, so I'm looking at the rest of you. And it is a wonderful program that we have scheduled for that day, and you will also get to see our award recipients that Tuolumne County Victim Witness has selected this year at that presentation as well. So I really encourage everybody in the community to call. Tickets are going fast, and it is a wonderful program we have planned for that day. April 11th from 11:30 to 1:30, and it really does start. When I look at Victims' Rights Week, it really does start with your childhood and your family. And so I want to just take a quick moment to thank my parents who are here today in the front row and my sister-in-law, because Todd Leslie, my nephew, was an award recipient. So I'm just going to give a little shout out and embarrass them really quick.
Laura, consider another RSVP for one.
Thank you. Ginger, did we mark that? Thank you.
And nice vest.
Okay, thank you.
I like the vest.
Oh, thank you. We just got staff these vests. It did not come out of the DA budget, just so you know. Okay. All right. So we're going to go in no particular order other than the order I was given. And our first recipient this year for Victims' Rights Week is Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office Detective Kelly Dixon. I want to take a few moments, and my presentation at the luncheon will be longer, so I've got to keep this short. But Detective Dixon, I've worked with Detective Dixon my entire career in the DA's office. He is just an exemplary human being, person, officer, detective. Anytime I have a case, if Detective Dixon is on the case, I'm a happy person. I tell young officers every time, and deputies, when I encounter them in court, if if you really want to learn how to testify in court, you come and you watch Detective Dixon testify. As a district attorney, he is just phenomenal. He not only is dedicated to his cases, he is dedicated from the beginning of the case all the way through to the end, and you don't always find that. Sometimes not everybody likes to come to court, which just shocks me, but not everybody does. And he really, at least he tells me he does, and it shows in his positive attitude. The juries really pay attention to what he has to say, and I can call him any time of the day or night and ask him for something on a case, and he does it, and he does it with a smile, and he is happy to help our office see justice all the way through to the end. So I always tell him, you're never allowed to retire. We are so, so lucky to have you in Tuolumne County, and I am so happy that he's been selected. He and I have worked a child abuse case a few years ago that I don't think either of us will ever forget. And that case, that individual pled guilty to all the charges prior to trial, and I can tell you it's because of the hard work Detective Dixon put into that case. So I am so happy to select him, and I will have even more to say about him at the luncheon. So thank you. Our next recipient is California Highway Patrol Officer Polito. I think everyone in this room probably knows Officer Polito. He is so active in the community. Every single event I attend, he's usually beat me to it, and he's going around and the kids are flocking. He dresses up often as Chipper. Okay, in the costume. And he is so wonderful. He's attended our Halloween carnival that we put on at the DA's office for the children. He is always out in the community. I see him on tricycles. I see him playing basketball. I see him doing all kinds of things. And in today's age, it is so important that members of law enforcement and that we reach out and we develop those connections in the community. And I see him doing that every day. Also, in this last year, one of our staff members at the DA's office lost a very, very close friend in a tragic accident that the Highway Patrol had responded to. And Officer Polito really went above and beyond in helping that family navigate through the loss of their loved one who was very young. And he really reached out to the member of my office as well as the victim's family and guided them through that tragic time in their lives. And so we are so grateful, and the family of that victim has said that he showed nothing but great respect and kindness and compassion in dealing with that tragic loss. So we are very, very happy to extend the Tuolumne County Victim Witness Award to CHP Officer Polito this year. Hey, our next recipient is Sonora Police Department Officer Ashley Brandow. Thank you, Carol, for standing up and sharing those words about Officer Brandow. And I definitely want to invite you to our luncheon and talk to you more about that. But as Carol mentioned, Officer Brandow is the newest officer that has been hired at the Sonora Police Department. And we at the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office noticed her compassion towards victims before she was even hired. Before she was hired, she was volunteering. And during that time, one of our local clubs, the Figlia d'Italia Club, our local Italian club, had a member that embezzled over $20,000 from this club. And most officers and deputies, I think, will admit that paper cases, what we call paper cases, when you have to go through boxes and boxes of bank records, are not our favorite cases sometimes, right? Right? Nobody's going to admit it. Because they take a long long time sitting down and doing reconciliation. And math certainly isn't my favorite subject, but it takes a tremendous amount of time to go through records on a loss like we saw in this particular case. And as a volunteer, Officer Brandow took that on, and she met with the club treasurer. She was able to present the case to our office, and it made it very easy for prosecution because all of that legwork had been done. And again, that individual pled to all of the charges prior to the trial and agreed to pay back all of the money. And so we are so thankful. And again, thank you, Carol, for sharing your comments about, and we're so sorry about your recent experience as a victim. But as you can see, we have an outstanding officer who has just joined us at the Sonora Police Department, Officer Brandow. Okay, our next recipient is Probation Officer Vanessa Ramos. I am very lucky that Officer Ramos's father works in my office as a DA investigator, so she comes from a very good family, but we absolutely want to recognize her. And probation will tell you that as a district attorney, once you convict an individual for committing a crime against a victim, it goes to probation to usually write a sentencing report. And sometimes probation will make a recommendation for what this individual should receive. And not all the time do I agree with those probation reports, as Linda will tell you. And so I'm very nice. I'll tell Linda or whoever's in court with me, I am going to argue against your recommendation today. And by the way, who wrote this recommendation? But I don't usually say that, or if I have ever said that, on Officer Ramos. She and I seem to be eye and eye. She is tough on crime, and she holds people accountable, and she really represents victims in probation reports. So we are very thankful to her for that. And I don't think Officer Ramos doesn't like seeing me in court, because she and I are generally on the same page. So that is really great, for us anyway. Okay, our next recipient, I'm trying to go fast. We're almost there. Protective Services, Leah Houston. Leah is a social service aide for Protective Services, and I can't even, I don't have enough time to tell you all her job duties because she has so many. But as you can see, she has a very kind demeanor, a smile on her face, a friendly attitude. She works hard behind the scenes in helping children through transportation, getting families resources, putting children together with resources. Ginger, our victim witness coordinator, has worked with her for several years, and I've never admitted this publicly, but I'm going to. Every time I have an opening in my office, I try to steal Leah. Sorry, Ann. And I can tell you that's not going to stop. So anytime I have an opening, I tell Ginger, can you please call Leah and see if she's interested in applying? We need more money so I can steal her. But she is so outstanding, and we are so happy to recognize her. So I'm still trying to steal you, Leah, to come work for me. But thank you for all you do for the community at Protective Services. Our next recipient, and again, we're so lucky to partner and work with the Center for a Nonviolent Community. I love the women and men at that agency and all they do for victims in our community. And our CNVC award recipient this year is Jamie Kitsch. Jamie is so wonderful to work with. She has she's diverse in her background, and so she brings a lot to working with victims. She's gracious in her assistance. She sees things through to the end. She makes every single meeting, and we have a lot of meetings. And she and I worked a particularly very sad and scary sexual assault this year together, which I'm proud to say the individual was sentenced yesterday and sent to prison for 15 years, 4 months. And that happened yesterday. during that case, which was a very sad case and very scary, Jamie and I worked together with the victim, and we were able to sort of navigate and get her the resources. And I know Jamie is still working with her. And anytime I called CNVC or needed something, Jamie called me back right away and was happy to help me. And all of CNVC was very supportive in that case. So I'm happy that that sentencing took place yesterday and that individual is gone out of our community. So thank you, Jamie. Yes. Our next, second to last, is our recipient, Patty Aguirre from ACCA. I think everyone here probably knows Patty. She is one of the most helpful and caring people. It doesn't matter if you know Patty or you don't know Patty, she will help you. Her work at ACCA strengthens our community, which goes right with our theme of building communities and building hope. She has been instrumental in working with Latino parents and children in Tuolumne County for many years. She is a strong, independent woman that has excelled in her career, and who does not love that? Okay, and my very last recipient is I'm going to try not to get emotional on this one. It's Stacy Trio. Stacy is one of our victim survivors. I met Stacy several years ago when she was a victim of horrendous domestic violence in our community. And she got assigned to work with Janie Fleming. Janie, please come up here. I know you did. Come up, please. Janie is one of our wonderful advocates in the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office. And Janie says that Stacy is, quote, one of the strongest, bravest, and most resilient women I know. She has been through a lot, so much that her body almost gave up on her. Stacy survived and had to start over, even having to learn to walk again. It was a lot of hard work, but now she has a small ranch with horses and dogs, and she can build, fix, take care of everything on her own. No matter what knocks her down, she gets up. If there was ever a superwoman, it would be Stacy. Thank you so much, and please come to our luncheon, because I know it'll come as a huge surprise, but I have a lot more to say. So.
Clerk, please read item 14.
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming April 2018 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's a little nerve-wracking to come up after Corey and Laura. I'm not necessarily a public speaker, but it is an honor to actually be a part of a community really wanting to create safety, and I really applaud them. I was a little nervous about having us all do this at once, but there's something really profound about it. So thank you for having me. I got to take a breath. Oh, okay, I can do this. My name is Calais Brown, and I work for Center for a Nonviolent Community. We provide services to those impacted by domestic violence and sexual assault. And we are hoping today to have you proclaim April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. But I also wanted to talk about how profound this is, and the people that were just honored, both the children and those that came up, because creating a safer community is what we all want. And while the hashtag #MeToo and the Time's Up movement is very popular and profound at this moment, I want to talk about what brings the community together. So I was wondering if Center for a Nonviolent Community could stand up, if Child Welfare, Probation, Victim Witness, DA's office could all stand. These are people in your community working tirelessly to create safety for children and those impacted by any sort of violence and crime. Can we have a round of applause? These are also the people that you will meet when something awful has happened. And so today I would like to ask the board to make April Sexual Assault Awareness Month, because now 1 in 3 women will experience sexual violence and 1 in 6 men will as well. And that's why all these people stand up each day, and why Laura asks people to make a profound difference in our community, and why we have a deep connection with child welfare and law enforcement. I also wanted people to know what our website and phone number are in case anyone was in need of it, and that our crisis line number, which is 24/7, is 533-3401, and our website is nonviolentcommunity.org. Did you have any questions for me?
Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to comment about this. I hope you'll read the resolution, because I think the awareness of some of the comments in the resolution are really important.
Thank you.
I want to thank you people for what you do. I'm a little disappointed that we are lumping all of these very important items into the month of April. I wish we, well, it's that we need constant awareness that this happens in our society, and we need to be aware of it. We need to work on it. And I want to mention one thing. You mentioned that many of these men and women, children, et cetera, that are victims of this get involved in human trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
That's a topic that we like to stick our heads in the sand and say it doesn't happen, but it does. It's a very serious thing. And I just want to comment that RCRC, the Rural Counties Association in California, is funding education among our people in rural counties so they become more aware of the human trafficking side of things. And we're doing it a little different in Tuolumne County. It's coming up very shortly here. We're doing it with the schools. We're doing it with the DA's office. We're doing it with probation. We're doing it with the sheriff's office. We're having all of the people come in because and our human services organization, because they all interface with the people most susceptible to probation's going to be there. I left them out because they all interface with the people most susceptible to this. It's an important thing. You need to be aware it's happening. These people are trying to save the community from one of the most terrible crimes that exists in our world.
Well, I think you bring up a really good point, is that community's culture is up to the leaders. And when leaders say that this is not okay, or they make something deemed a specific month, or leaders talk and they say these people are profound in our community, it creates a culture that is not okay here. And I think it's really profound, because some people might say, well, okay, great, April is sexual assault or child abuse, prevent child abuse awareness. Those are all great. But the bigger thing is that you're creating a cultural change. You're saying that it's not okay in this community. And I think that is why it's profound. And I think it is profound that it ended up being all of us here today, because maybe this and seeing all this will bring awareness, and that everyone will start to say this is not okay.
And by the way, I want to reach out to the DA's office and thank them, because I know they go after these cases. Maybe vengeance isn't the right, but they go after them vigorously and prosecute them, and they are very successful because they get a great team.
That's very true.
Thank you all.
Mm-hmm.
Carl? Yeah, again, this is obviously the third, maybe fourth, I'm losing count, piece of a real big puzzle, and that is really how do we encourage our community to basically do the right thing with each other, how to get along with each other, and work with each other. And I want to piggyback on one of your comments. It is important that the leadership take a role in this, but everyone that's out there can be a leader in their own right. okay? And a lot of you already are. And I would encourage everybody in the community, the easiest way for what the community attitude or spirit that you're espousing is for everybody when they see something that's not right to just say no at that point. And everybody needs to be a little bit of a leader. So I hope when we pass this resolution, and I'm sure we're going to, that it encourages the nascent leaders that are out in our community to step up when it's needed. And with that, I'll move approval of the resolution once you read it.
What I'm going to do first.
But I'll second for you.
You'll second is just comment on the fact that everybody's here and all the organizations. I think it really shows the unification that we have in Tuolumne County and how everybody is willing to work together to get things done. Supervisor Hanvelt suggested that we read this resolution. He loves the microphone, so I'm going to ask him to read the resolution as a learning experience for him.
We're going to name the whole year 2018 as the Randy Hanvelt Prevent Abuse of Randy Hanvelt. They like this. Okay, I will. It's a privilege to do this. This is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne proclaiming April 2018 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Whereas progress has been made toward ending sexual violence and providing support to victims and their families, much work remains to be done. And whereas sexual assault programs in California provide essential life-saving services for victims that includes children seeking safety. And whereas advocates and organizations work on behalf of victims every day, sexual assault shelters and services, law enforcement officials, health care providers, court systems and legal aid providers, tribal organizations and others are all an integral part of the effort to end sexual violence and must be recognized as and applauded for their work. And whereas sexual assault affects women, men, and children of all racial, ethnic, cultural, social, religious, and economic groups in the United States and here in California. And whereas the marginalization of certain groups in society, including undocumented individuals, transgender individuals, and people living with disabilities, increases their vulnerability. And whereas according to the Center for Disease Control, 1 in 4 women and 1 in 6 men will experience sexual violence. Men and women with disabilities are at an even greater risk, and among sexual assault victims, many have experienced human trafficking. And whereas victims of sexual assault embody incredible strength and resilience, and whereas there is a need to increase the public awareness and understanding of sexual assault and the needs of victims, and whereas all victims deserve access to culturally appropriate programs and services to increase their safety and improve their life situations, and now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize April 2018 and each following April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Thank you.
And the Center for Disease Control, the Center for Disease Control has actually changed the 1 in 4 for women to 1 in 3, recently just released.
Then I'd like to withdraw my second on that unless we change it to the appropriate language. 1 in 3.
We can do that.
I did it.
Okay.
My motion's changed.
Your motion. Motion by Supervisor Roedifer, a second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nothing. 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Clerk, please read item 15, excuse me.
Consideration of adopting a resolution recognizing April 8th through 14th, 2018 as Public Safety Telecommunications Week.
Do we know who's going to present this? Okay.
Turn your lights on.
Having trouble finding
A parking spot?
No, because if I put my lights on, I'd bump into somebody.
Yeah.
We don't want that. It's kind of hard to follow something that is so important as seeing our youth, recognizing our youth from the good things that they do, the artwork, the poetry, and so on. And then also talking about our little ones in the preschool and so on. And then to talk about all the good work that law enforcement and partners of the domestic violence and these assaults that would take place. And then to talk about proclaiming this month also as National Public Safety Telecommunication Week, or what we call them dispatchers. And the dispatchers are the first line. When we talk about public safety and we talk about first responder, we always think about the ones that drive with the lights that are there, the ambulance, the fire, the police, the sheriff, and so on. But it is these young men and young women that take the calls from the public. That's the first contact with the first responder. I had the opportunity in my young career to dispatch. No way. What they do is remarkable. They sit in that chair. They listen to the screams. They listen to the cries for help. They listen to the officer asking for help. This is where I'm at. He has or she has no idea where they're at, and they're trying to get resources to that person. There's a lot of times that they don't have the opportunity to have closure because they don't know what took place. And so I'm grateful for this opportunity to say a few words and to ask you to proclaim April as National Public Safety Telecommunication Week. One of the things that I do want to highlight, and because I do have the microphone and I may forget, we're going to be talking a little bit about budget. And one of the things that I wanted to bring up is that what we do not, as your sheriff, I do not want to see cut, is the EMD, which would be $65,000. And EMD is emergency medical dispatch. This will give an opportunity to help the public. This is the standard. When somebody calls 911 and is saying my husband or my wife or my family member is having a heart attack, bleeding, whatever, we can go through those steps. This will give an opportunity to provide more help to the public. So when we start talking about budget, because I hate to say it, everything that we do revolves around money. So I'm putting a plug in for that is something that we keep in our budget as we talk and have further discussions. So at this time, Board, I present to you the memo that was written by Lieutenant Earhart, who's here in the back right there. If you can step up here a little bit, I want to give him a little bit of praise. This young man has revamped the communications center. We are now have moved from the 19th century, which is basically phone and radio, and the 20th century into the 21st century by using computers and technology. And it is because of his forward thinking that we're able to provide a better service. So I want to thank Eric publicly for that. So at this time, Board, I am requesting and asking for your to pass this resolution on this matter. Thank you.
Any public comment? Excuse me, any public comment?
Well, I think we need more than a resolution, and I would like us to see a coordinated, cohesive EMS system here, or telecommunications, or all the dispatchers for all the different agencies located here in our county, and all in one place, instead of CHP going there, and the fire department going there, and the police here, and the sheriff there. So I applaud Lieutenant Earhart and hope that you can inspire everybody else to come together and have one dispatch center here in Tuolumne County.
Thank you.
I hope I can get through this. I want to give you a face, my face. My name's Debbie Batista, and I'm a citizen of Tuolumne County, and I've been a citizen of Tuolumne County for almost 30 years. 10 years, 3 months ago, I came home from work, and my husband of 20 years was on the floor, and I had to call dispatch, and I asked them what I could do to help him. And unfortunately, their answer was, we can't help you. You have to wait for the ambulance and or the fire. It was only about 5 minutes, but I have to tell you, those 5 minutes were probably the longest 5 minutes of my life. And I actually called them back again and asked them, please, please help me do something. He's just laying there. Unfortunately, my husband was already dead, but there are other people that this service could help. Maybe if I came home from work 20 minutes earlier, I could have helped Michael. But you need a face for the people out there, and this happens all the time. It just doesn't happen every 10 years and 3 months. So please put this service in. It will be horrendously helpful to somebody who also comes from work, home from work, and finds their loved one on the ground. So this is the face you have to remember, and my 17-year-old daughter's face when I had to go to work and tell her what happened. Thank you.
Good afternoon or morning. I'm Judy Olson. I had no idea this was on the agenda, but I am grateful to have heard the sheriff speak about it because my husband's retired after 31 years of being a dispatcher, an EMD dispatcher, I guess, in the Bay Area, and he personally saved 5 lives on the heart attack. He personally told them over the phone how to do the all the processes that go through with trying to sustain somebody's life until the fire department got there and until the police got there. And he was successful 5 times. And that was only his story. He worked with 3 other dispatchers, and over the 30 years that he did that kind of stuff, they all saved lives. So I'm behind that budget consideration, whatever, 100%. It is a very, very necessary and extraordinarily helpful service. Thank you.
Duke York, Deputy Director in charge of roads and engineering. I get a lot of late night calls because I deal with storms and they need help from the road division. And I want to acknowledge that when I deal with the sheriff's dispatchers, they're always cheerful. We even occasionally crack a joke, and that's hard to do at 3 a.m. But the other thing we do is during the day, we have Control 1. We have people dispatching our road workers to different locations during storm damage. The latest storm event that we had on the 22nd, we had the power out in our building. Our radios died. Fortunately, the phones were working and everything was going on. I mean, we had people going everywhere. There was flooding going on, and we were coordinating with the sheriff's dispatch and the CHP. And I want to acknowledge also the people that we have working the radios right there in our road department. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board.
I'll start. First of all, I appreciate, Mr. Sheriff, you getting up here, and I agree. It comes across a little strange to have that after all those little heavier stuff that we just had, but you're right. These people are the first line. They are the entry point to the word help, and they need to know we appreciate them. I don't know, any of them here?
They're working.
They're working. Yeah, but you got to have a second shift.
They're sleeping.
They're sleeping. Okay. So
We work 12-hour shifts, so some of them are sleeping and some of them are working and some of them are.
well, but that's important for the people to know. I mean,
and
that's
some are on their days off. So.
it's a hard effort. So
Thank you.
so I appreciate that it's on the agenda today, and I enthusiastically will move in favor of the proclamation.
And I would like to second that, and I'd also like to thank all of the individuals that serve that role. And I'm sure I don't understand the full depth of how challenging it is, but I have a pretty good idea, and I really appreciate it, and I appreciate the sheriff bringing this to our attention to recognize him.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just I don't know if I'm snake bit or what. I haven't been a victim involved in this yet, but I've had to make 3 911 calls in the recent, probably last 2 years, just because I happened onto some traffic accidents and everything. And I want to tell you, our dispatch is pretty incredible. They got out of me the pertinent information in minimum amount of time. They were very calm, cool, collected. And sometimes when you happen on an accident, you're not always, your adrenaline's flowing a little bit too, and you're not always as lucid as you'd like to be. So it's a great group of people, and I support the resolution 100%. And Sheriff, make sure you thank them for everything they do. I know you do on at least a weekly basis, if not a daily.
I just want to add, over the weekend, I was fortunate to have my son up to visit, and he has a program that he's a writer-producer for, and in Hollywood, and it's called 911. And I asked him, reflecting back on the season, what was his feeling about not necessarily the program, but they have to do a lot of research. And what he told me, he says, it's just unbelievable what happens in that LA 911 dispatch center. He says those people earn every cent they make and then some. So I think people really don't realize it, but thank you for bringing those points up.
Well, thank you. Just to pass it on, you can pass it on to your son. When I walk through there, they always talk about that program, and the dispatch aspect of it is pretty realistic on some of the stories and some of the funny things that take place and some of the not so funny things. So you tell your son that
doing a good job.
He's doing a pretty good job.
Okay.
And as far as the thank you, after our meeting in January, it was talked about how supervisors would go and meet, and I just want to acknowledge that Supervisor Hanvelt did come representing the board saying thank you to my staff. So they hear it from you, and they hear it, and so it was greatly appreciated yesterday of you coming down, or one of the supervisors coming down, Supervisor Hanvelt, and saying thank you. So just want to let you know about that.
All right. We have a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Thank you. Yes, please.
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming April 2nd, 2018 through April 8th, 2018 as Public Health Week in Tuolumne County.
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Melissa Parrish. I'm the Director of Public Health Nursing. And I will echo Kaleigh's comments that this has been a very daunting group of folks to follow in all the previous resolutions. But one of the things I do want to mention is everything that we are talking about this morning is about health and the health of our community. So for over the last 20 years, the National Public Health Community has recognized the first week of April as Public Health Week, and that's why I'm here before you today to ask you to recognize this week of April as well. Our public health staff is continually working to improve the health of our community and through outreach, education, training, and working with our many partners, many of whom were here today, and providing our direct program services, some of which are nutrition, child safety, prevention of communicable disease, emergency preparedness, tobacco use prevention, oral health, maternal child adolescent health, and these are just a few of our very many programs. Some of our staff are here, and I'd like them to stand. These are the folks that are doing the work. Thank you. For Public Health Week, we are sponsoring a Get Healthy Challenge contest throughout the month as part of our Healthy Selfie campaign. Tuolumne County residents are encouraged to share healthy activities by posting photos on their social media platforms with hashtag HealthySelfieTC and pinning their post to our Facebook page. They will then be entered into a drawing for a Fitbit. We are also having a community walk tomorrow, Wednesday, at 5:30 p.m. at the Dragoon Gulch to encourage physical activity and talk about public health with interested community members and to display a little bit of the expanded trail there. So I do have some packets for the board, which I'll give you in a minute, but I respectfully request that the board approve the resolution before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any public comment? Get back to the board.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Rutherford.
First of all, our public health obviously is one of the most important things that we should be dealing with and are dealing with. So with that, and with, again, this doesn't happen because of 5 people sitting up here and voting. The real work happens with our staff and our community partners that are involved in any number of public health activities that we've got in this county. We can do, we can always do more, and we can always do better. But I just want to express my profound respect and admiration for all the people that do the work day in and day out to provide as healthy and vibrant a community as we can. And with that, I'll move on the recommendation to approve the resolution.
I would like to second the motion and just share a quick anecdote that reminded me about how important health is and how much it can be taken for granted and when it's gone, how helpless you are. And recently my dad, while we were attending a wedding out of town, ended up in the hospital the night before the wedding and was there for 2 weeks, ended up having pancreatitis caused by gallstones. And he's a reasonably healthy man, doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, doesn't eat poorly, works hard, you know. But it was very, very scary. And seeing him in that state, I was there with my mom the whole time. And you are truly helpless. When your health is gone, you are helpless. And no amount of money or anything can substitute that. And in our culture today, there's so many people that live lifestyles that are detrimental to their health, and they don't realize it until it's too late. Even myself, I have poor sleeping habits. I don't exercise enough because I'm a workaholic. And watching my dad there kind of was like cold water in the face. It's like you need to pay attention to these things, and it's cumulative. It's, you know, not days or weeks. It's years and years and decades. And it's important that we take care of ourselves, and it's important that we take care of each other. And as has been said, there's so many important proclamations and things we're recognizing today, but this is just one more thing, and I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. Like I said, it's important that we take care of ourselves and each other, so thank you.
Supervisor Hanville.
Thank you for coming here yesterday. I wish you'd have brought your video.
In lieu of time. But
I understand,
would
but
love to.
I
would love to
think
another
I
time.
think the value of that video. I was at their staff meeting yesterday, and they showed me a brief video, and the video is like drinking from a fire hose because you're seeing these people flash on the screen, then you're seeing what they do flash on the screen, and it comes at you, bam, 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 and the size of the staff and the immensity of the job and the diversity of the job they do to support public health is pretty amazing. It's worth seeing. I hope you'll put it up live on the website someplace because I think the public needs to be aware of the amount and the diversity of the kinds of things you do. And again, I said thank you to them, but I want to say publicly, I want to say thank you to the team that does that. They're really amazing. And please put it up so everybody
I
can see it.
agree.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. I have a motion from Supervisor Rutherford, second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read item 17.
Consideration of approving the appointment of Michael Wilson as the Director of Behavioral Health.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency, and your acting behavioral health director for a few more moments.
Are you sad?
I'm very happy.
You want to hear the words "you're fired"? Is that what you want to hear?
Actually, you'll find that we're bringing on a very, very fine individual to assume the helm of Director of Behavioral Health. So on November 7th, 2017, your board approved a recruitment plan for Behavioral Health Director. The recruitment plan was carried out and conducted, and at its conclusion, your board authorized staff to complete reference checks and extend a tentative offer for the position of Behavioral Health Director to Mr. Michael Wilson. He is right here today in the front of your audience. Mr. Wilson's appointment today will become effective once your board takes action today, April 3, 2018. Mr. Wilson is a licensed marriage and family therapist, and his education background includes an associate's degree from Modesto Junior College in general education and psychology. He has a bachelor's degree in psychology from the California State University at Stanislaus. He also has a Master of Science degree in psychology with a concentration in behavioral analysis from the California State University at Stanislaus. And again, he does hold a license as a marriage and family therapist from the California State Board of Behavioral Sciences. Just to highlight a few pieces of Mr. Wilson's background, when he worked at Stanislaus County, he started his career in 1989 and began working with the Stanislaus County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services as a clinical service technician too. Now, mind you, the one thing I do want to highlight is that Mr. Wilson, while he was an employee at Stanislaus County, enhancing his skill set and his experience, found time to formally educate himself and make himself more marketable within the scope and the services of Stanislaus County Behavioral Health by obtaining his master's degree. He started in 1989, and in 2005 he was promoted to a Clinician 1 after obtaining his master's degree and going through, I must point out, going through the arduous process of obtaining a license to practice as a clinician. And in 2011, I want to highlight as the forensic program manager, Mr. Wilson supervised a team of 30 in programs such as adult drug court, substance use service disorder, and detention facilities. I'm Is our jail commander still here? Yeah, she's probably really happy to hear that. Mental health detention services, integrated forensic team services. Stanislaus County has a mental health court, and he supported that program. And restoration to competency, which you'll find more and more is also impacting Tuolumne County. In this role, he was responsible for program design, staff assignments, clinical supervision and direction, fidelity of services including budget, grant reporting, and oversight, and managed the program of quality and integrity. He developed agency collaborations with the probation department and the sheriff's office, where he had an integral role in improving efficiency and client continuity of care between departments. Mr. Wilson is coming to us today as a recent employee of Merced County. He started in Merced earlier this year, 2018, as the Divisional Director of Community Access to Recovery Services, supervising a team of 20. The proposed compensation, once your board takes action today, Mr. Wilson will be starting at a base salary of $128,149 and will be covered by the compensation plan as it is applied to our management unit. So it is with great pleasure that I recommend to you that your board appoint Mr. Michael Wilson, MFT, as the Behavioral Health Director with the compensation plan outlined above, effective today, April 3, 2018.
All right. Thank you. Any public comment?
Well, Mr. Wilson, I would be happy to meet you, and I would support approving this appointment, and I certainly hope he lasts more than 4 days. So I know that you're coming from Stanislaus and Merced County, and Stanislaus especially has a very vibrant and robust mental health community and a NAMI organization that advocates publicly over and over and over again. And we don't have that here. And it's really important to me that our Director of Behavioral Health reach out to the community, because there are so many people here who don't know that we have mental health services here. And we need to do more to support our mental health community when they're in crisis. So I look forward to meeting you, and I hope I see you tomorrow. And do let me support Mr. Boyack, who has stepped into shoes he never expected to step into and has done so for almost a year. And you've really done an admirable job, and you need to be saluted for that. And once again, I will support Supervisor Rodefer, who has embraced this more than I ever expected. So thank you.
Ann Connolly, Human Services Agency Director, and Ms. Dowd beat me to the punch, because I am very pleased to welcome Mr. Wilson on board as our Behavioral Health Director. But I can tell you that the efforts Mr. Boyack put forward in the last year are nothing short of Herculean. He has done an excellent job, and I just want to publicly thank him for his work, and also the staff that works so well with him during this interim period. So, thank you.
All right. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Welcome. We're glad that we can do that, and Steve, as good a job you did. You know, I know that you have other things to do. Thank you for doing what you did. I'll move in favor of approving the appointment of Michael Wilson as our Behavioral Health Director.
Supervisor Rodefer.
Yeah, I just want to echo both our esteemed member of the public and also Ann's comments, and thank Steve for a job very well done in the interim, and also share my welcome as well. I happen to be this Board of Supervisors designated rep on your Behavioral Health Advisory Committee, so we'll probably see a little bit of each other, and I will second the motion.
Just quick, thank you, Steve. Really appreciate you stepping up. And Michael, I just want to say two things I noticed in the interview. You came across as very genuine to me, and also your excitement to join our community was very apparent. And I'm happy that you're here. It's an extremely challenging subject matter, and there's no perfect answers. I think it takes a lot of compassion and patience, and I look forward to the work that you're going to accomplish for us.
Steve, thank you. I know how hard that you've worked at this, and it shows again and again that we have the type of people that here in Tuolumne County that step up at hard times. So I appreciate everything that you've done. Mr. Wilson, welcome. If you'd like to say a few words, you could certainly come up here.
Did you want to take action?
Should I vote? Okay. I'm confused now.
He moved.
You moved. You're second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Now you can come up and say a couple words. Too much talking.
I, too, want to thank Steve. He's been great through this process, and I want to thank the board. And actually, he did prep me to say, I am Mike Wilson, and hopefully and now your new behavioral health director. I appreciate that. I have a lot of gratitude for you accepting me into the community. As you said, I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to not only share the compassion I have for this subject, but the collaboration that I think it takes to make a community better. It's not just behavioral health in a silo. It's health services, it's public safety, it's roads, it's everything. The better your community, the less instance of mental health you have. And I'm very excited to be here. Thank you.
We're going to read item 18, then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back with our 10:30 appointment. Item 18.
Consideration of approving the appointment of Warren D. Smith as the county surveyor.
David Gonzalez, I'm your Community Resource Agency Director. It is with great pleasure that I continue this mantra of welcoming somebody new to our community. I have been very fortunate, and we have stolen a very outstanding individual for your county surveyor. With the retirement of Marilyn Fitzsimmons, which was a longtime county surveyor from CRA, we went through the recruitment process, and we're very, very fortunate to have Warren Smith apply for the job and go through the process. Warren is a professional land surveyor licensed with the state of California and has over 35 years of experience. And that he has been practicing in several jurisdictions. Warren is also active in the SEAC and League of California Surveying Organizations, and he was voted the Surveyor of the Year in 2017 for the entire state. Warren left his position with San Joaquin County to come join us here and join our family in Tuolumne County, and we are very fortunate to have him here. Government Code Section 27550 requires that the board takes action to appoint by the Board of Supervisors your county surveyor. It is respectfully recommended that your board appoint Warren Smith, PLS, as your county supervisor, county surveyor. And after that, I would ask that he come up and introduce his family. I will be brief. You've had a long morning, but I am truly excited about the things that he will be able to do for us and continue the professionalism of that organization that I've been so luckily appointed to oversee.
Thank you. Any public comment? Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Hanville.
Mr. Chairman, not only is this a great selection because of his history and Surveyor of the Year last year and his previous thing, this man is very perceptive. We are very fortunate to have him because he's moving into District 2, and that shows just how smart he really is.
I'm sorry.
I move approval.
Okay.
I'll second that, and I just want to say I'm digging the suit. And I'm excited to have you here. Your credentials are very impressive. And Tuolumne County has a very interesting heritage with the mining claims, and there's a lot of property lines that don't line up where you think they would. And so it's pretty exciting. You've got big shoes to fill. Marilyn was just an amazing public servant, and extremely just wonderful person. So glad to have you here. Congratulations.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Hanveld, a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor? Aye. Welcome.
Warren?
And while you're walking up there, would you consider moving to District 5?
in time. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm looking forward to serving the community, the citizens and residents of the county, and staff in surveying and mapping issues and representing the county up and down the state. This is my wife, Patricia. We really excited about our move up here. And any questions you have will be at your beck and call. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. All right, call the meeting back to order. The clerk, please read our 10:30 appointment.
This is presentation on potential fiscal year 2018-19 budget strategies and consideration of providing related direction to the county administrator.
Pedro.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, before I go into the formal presentation, on this item, I just want to pause and, we're talking about, budget strategies for our coming year's budget and looking into the future. And actually, today was an interesting, or this morning was an interesting morning in that it really put on display a lot of the varied services, that, county government provides. We all have different functions at the federal, the state, and the local level. But as your board knows, the rubber really meets the road when it comes to providing services, for the public. That really happens, here at the local level primarily. And with in the federal, case, a lot of those services, there's funding that goes down to the states and then in turn to the counties. And the federal government has also the luxury of being able to borrow and print money to help cover its operational costs. The state, while they don't do that, what they do frequently is to send things our way by way of unfunded mandates, balancing their books oftentimes on the backs of local government. But in the end, we need to be able to fund our local government, and we must always balance our books. But again, very proud to be before you today to hear some of what was said today. I think we saw, again, it's still only a fraction of what is county government and the wide array of services that we provide for our residents. And I know your board is likewise proud of the work of your staff and the quality of the services that we provide for our residents. So that being said, and I'm just putting this into perspective, it's this is how we go about funding the important work of county government. So it was back in late February that we came to your board with what I called the initial look at the fiscal 18-19 budget. At that time, we said that there could be a potential problem of $4.2 million if corrective action was not taken. Something in that presentation that from your department heads, their counsel to the board, was in the form of 3 bullets, asking your board to take taking long-term definitive actions now. To point out that there is little trimming left to do amongst their services, and to consider revenue measures and/or what services can be reduced or eliminated as we take these long-term definitive actions. The report also called for the county administrative officer to come back to your board, but doing that through the Finance Committee. We did come to the Finance Committee last week, not just looking at the initial 18-19 budget,
but taking direction from what we talked about at the annual retreat this year, we went ahead and also took a forward look at the following 2 years and developed what has turned into almost a mini multi-year budget forecast for your board to look at with respect to the general fund, along with a variety of budget strategies. So looking at what our forecasted expenses might be, different ways we might go about trying to balance that off, and considering, as mentioned by department heads and some of the board members as well, about potentially what are some potential new revenues that we could look at. So going to the Finance Committee last week, they felt that this was developed well enough that we can bring it forward today for discussion and additional direction from the full board. The presentation that you'll see today is slightly modified from what went to the Finance Committee, just tuning some numbers with input from the Auditor Controller and some input from the Sheriff. And given the importance of this matter, and all the more so with the absence of Supervisor Brennan today, just recommending that today you take in this information, ask any questions that you may have. If there's additional information items or strategies you'd like us to develop and bring back to you at your next meeting, that's the meeting where I really think where we need to then start to hunker down and come up with what kind of strategy that your board really would like us to take, specifically for 18-19, but with that look forward into the following years. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and launch into this and walk us through this analysis. So I won't dwell on it, but the first slide is just a reminder of some of the issues that have been prominent drivers and some of the issues that we are dealing with today. Everything from the MOU increases that we gave to our employees after years of not having any form of compensation adjustments, and actually where they gave concessions back in the day of the Great Recession to help us get through that difficult period while maintaining services. PERS increases, we've talked a lot about that, and some policies that are happening at the state level with regard to PERS that is going to be very damaging to cities, counties, special districts, schools, with respect to accelerating what we pay into that system. Of course, marijuana has been a significant issue and will be something coming up we're dealing with right now, and will be a bigger issue as we move forward. Your board had expressed interest in key staffing requests in order for departments to do their jobs to the level that meets everyone's expectation. We have a new jail about to, it's under construction, now, hooray. But with that, when it begins to open in fiscal 19-20, in the middle of that fiscal year, we will be bringing on additional staffing. There'll be additional medical costs, food expenses, and those kinds of things, which we had forecast before. But now we're moving from talk to, okay, here we go. We need to go ahead and fund these operations. With that also comes debt service that it took to cover our share of cost of that facility. And again, just to remind the public that we were able to secure not one but two state grants, to help offset the construction of that facility, and very few other counties have ever been able to do that. And that's that covered $33 million of the construction that's going on right now. Technology, a lot of technology has been in the budget over the last couple of years in particular. Document management is one of the things that you heard at your retreat, and we're trying to fit that kind of thing in here. There's overhead costs and fluctuations in that have just been a challenge to work with, but that's due to a federal circular that drives how that's done. Building maintenance, it's recognized that we need to do a better job in there because we put that aside as we went through the Great Recession, as many other jurisdictions did, but we got to get back and take care of our basic plant. Fleet upgrades, increasing our general reserves as we did the financing for the jail and all that's going on at the Law and Justice complex out there. we were just reminded by Standard & Poor's that which we know that we need, and your board has said many times, we need to start building back up our county reserves. This is all general fund centric. There's a few points, just bullets up here on non-general fund issues. We know that our fire department continues to have challenges in fully funding its operations on an ongoing basis. There is the fire study going on, fire and first response study going on under the direction of Maureen Frank in my office. That should be coming to a head here in the next few months and be able to be brought back to your board and actually all the fire boards as well for consideration. In the area of Department of Social Services, a big one that's out there, we've talked a lot about it. It's a big issue statewide, is in-home supportive service costs that are about to be shifted to county governments. And that's something that will need to be handled head on, and I know that's a priority of your board. While I already mentioned jail medical, I'm just reminding the board that up to this point, the cost of medical care of folks in both the jail and the juvenile facility come out of our public health department. And when we expand, particularly adding the new jail and bringing it to full capacity, the public health department can't handle all that additional cost. So we're going to have to cap what's paid out of public health, and we're going to have to start to share some of that burden in the general fund. It's a good news, but still a demand. As your board is well aware, our airport has made great strides in developing a master plan and working its way through issues up in the master plan for Columbia, working its way through issues at Pine Mountain Lake that could very well lead to significant grant funding for both airports, but that will require match. Fleet services is still a struggle, something we'll be focusing on before this year is out. And I'll just leave it there. And there's a great need for fleet upgrades amongst all the county departments, but particularly the really big, expensive pieces of equipment in the roads and fire areas. Supervisor.
Yeah, just a couple of comments comments. I think that the grant matches are not on the airport are not non-general fund. I think they're actually, don't they come out of the general fund?
Yeah.
So that's one thing. That's really a challenge for the general fund. The other thing that I really want to talk about is the impact that servicing all of our emergencies has had on our general fund, because pardon me, even though we've gotten tens of millions of dollars and maybe we've topped 100 million, I don't know, but we've gotten a lot of money from the federal government and the state government, we're still having to match money, and that comes out of either our reserves or our general fund. And if it comes out of our reserves, the general fund has to increase the general reserves to pay it back. So what people don't understand is those 5 or 6, and I'm losing count again on how many emergencies we've had, is there's a cost of doing business in this county when we do that. And that's I think part of what's gotten us to where we are financially, is dealing with all of those emergencies. And that's not something that you plan for, and other than in building up your general reserves, that's not something you plan for and put money away to take care of in the future.
Excellent point.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Supervisor Rutherford said. The one that really bothers me, just going to bring it up now, and that is the PERS, the uncertainty associated with dealing with PERS. I'll call it that. I mean, they operate on what I call policy du jour. They shift their policy, and we're left holding the bag. I'm not saying we don't owe our fair share. It's just that we need to have them be consistent in their policy for planning purposes. And for those of you who don't know that, most counties, because of their investment policy and because of their change in discount rates and how they do things, owe them money to fill the unfunded liability of the pension system. And they are recently talking about changing that to a 20-year program, and to catch up instead of a 30-year program. That just changes our whole budget thing, and they can't do that and impose. In my view, they can't do it and impose on us, but that's what they do in this state, and it's a problem. I have got that on the agenda for the next RCRC board meeting to talk about that. I believe that we as counties need to tell PERS cease and desist. We can't deal with the uncertainty of how you do business. We're going to do this on a 30-year program. That's it, and try and get them to level this whole thing out, because that's a threat every year, time after time. What is PERS going to do? And we're going to pick up the bill, whatever they say. We just can't operate that way. So I think we need to send them a letter, as well as what I'm proposing that RCRC do.
Yeah, and I can't remember, it's like 37 or 38 of the 58 counties are part of the PERS system, and I don't know how many hundreds of cities and special districts and so forth. So it is a broad statewide, issue. And I wanted to mention something about Carl had mentioned over here. While I say these are non-general fund, every one of these things can have impact on the general fund, because we're kind of like the lifeline on each of those. So, what could happen to Department of Social Services on AHSS? That would probably, the lifeline would be back to the general fund.
Well, and IHSS and PERS are both examples of how the state pushes their problems down onto counties and cities, and everything that Supervisor Hanvelt said is absolutely right on PERS, and that's $1 million to $2 million additional a year, and we don't have a voice in the decisions that get made on that. So, as far as I'm concerned, if the state starts pushing stuff down here, we got to say no. We got to say we're not going to do it. If you don't give us the funding with it, we're just not going to do that.
Well, that comes up again with the IHSS. They already have a plan. It's the state's plan. It's not our plan. Okay. Not going to argue whether it's right or wrong. It's the state's plan. But their plan is to shift those costs to us just down the road. It's not very far down the road. And that's not acceptable.
I think we all agree.
All right.
Go ahead, Mr. Petro.
Well, again, and I could add more things up here. These are just some of the major drivers, but there are other things, but there's a lot to chew on here. On the next slide, this was just something was taken out of the initial look presentation that you had. It's just reminding what were some potential strategies and looking at a variety of revenue solutions and a variety of expense solutions. And without going through these right now, because I'll actually touch on most everything that you see up here, in the slides to follow. So with that and with the reminder, we took the initial look of 18-19. What you're going to see is we tuned that up, made a couple of major adjustments to for what you'll see for 18-19 as a potential problem, and then we looked at both the opportunities and the challenges that we're going to face in 1920 and 2021, and that's what you're going to see next. So for sizing, I call this sizing the problem, and if we can just focus on this column, which is the coming year, 18-19, after the work of all of the departments, and then trying to take new things out of the budget and just focus it down to our core services, existing staff, and programs. We said it in the initial look presentation that we'd be looking at about $4.2 million. So we've had two major tune-ups in this category. One is when Deb Batista, our auditor controller, looked back to see how much of the juvenile center could actually be covered through the borrowing. There's more than I think we realized it could not be covered by the borrowing that we just did. So what this is saying is that in rough numbers, we're going to have to pay that out either with one-time funding or a combination of one-time and ongoing funding. When I say one-time, if we have fund balance and so forth, pay that down and off. But we potentially could end up having to pay this for all 3 years. Cannabis enforcement. A couple meetings ago, your board approved for this purpose to put 4 new positions in here. That if we're going to have the personal use, again emphasis on personal use cannabis only, that's what this was about. 4 positions. There's 2 sheriff's deputies, 1 code enforcement person, and then 1 clerical person in CRA to support that code enforcement person. That totaled out to about $416 a year. We really don't know, but you'll see those word net as I threw about $100,000 of anticipated revenue at what we could potentially get by permitting fees and things like that. Really don't know, but that's $316,000 is the best guess right now, which would give you the total potential problem. This is before we work the problem, the potential problem of $4.9 million. And then as you move down this chart, if you look at board-approved bargaining adjustments, step increases, these are just so MOU bargained adjustments to people's compensation, just step increases as people move through their steps in our payroll system. Here's your PERS, fixed and percentage increases. And I'll just stop right here. While these numbers are already embedded in that number for 18-19, we had to go ahead and work, and what would those numbers be like? What would be the additional cost in each of these out years? And you can see these are pretty sizable, numbers. These would be the increases by year. So like this, when you get to the third year, these costs are in addition to what the increases of the prior year and so forth. So these are big numbers. The new jail and staffing, and this is with mid-year startup. The sheriff's office would need to hire folks early, at the beginning of the year, at the latest, so they're up and running, have them trained, ready to start operations, which will probably happen in the middle of fiscal 19-20. And it'd be kind of what this anticipates is ramping up to something like 190 beds, and then in the following year, 6 months later, up to the full 230-bed capacity of that facility. Document management, just something from the retreat. You want to get on with this particular program. There's ongoing licensing costs, one-time startup costs, and so this is anticipating the initial year of document management. We just don't have the capacity to start until 19-20. That includes $75,000 of one-time startup costs, $75,000 of ongoing licensing costs. We can eliminate the one-time stuff in the third year, but that's be an ongoing thing. Facilities management backlog. This is back to we said we need to do more on our buildings. And in order to do it, basic maintenance again, preventative maintenance, we have to add some building maintenance workers and some custodial help, and also some dollars for them to contract for some of the work that needs to be done. And this is very modest. It's saying that this process really couldn't start until 19-20 at a modest $250,000, and then to start ramping it up to at least another $500,000 a year, to $500,000 a year total. So this again is additive to what we would do here. So if we did nothing, we're saying $4.9 million problem in 18-19. If we did nothing, there'd be an additional $3.8 million roughly in the second year, which would give us a cumulative. This is where the big, bad, scary numbers come out. If we did nothing, you'd have a cumulative problem in to the tune of $8.7 million in the second year. And again, if we did nothing, you'd add to that almost $3 million in this third year, bringing the total to about $11.7 million. So it's a big, scary number, right here, if we did nothing, but we always balance our budgets, But how do you do it? So let's flip to the next slide. We first went back and looked at how can we refine our revenue projections first for 18-19. And in the case of our transient occupancy tax, TOT, what this is saying is that from the 18-19 initial outlook that you saw in late February, we dialed back the estimated growth. This still means TOT is still growing, but we dialed it back based on the actual receipts that we've seen so far through the fiscal year. We've reduced the growth in TOT that we project for 18-19, but there will be growth. It looked like sales tax and property tax, the growth that we anticipated in those is about right on from what we anticipated for 18-19. User fees, those have been coming through your board over the last few months. Those are still coming. Our best estimate is when it's all said and done, this could help solve financial problems up to the tune of $750,000. And then a late entry into this was that Congress just approved their spending bill, and that included a 14% increase in our payments in lieu of taxes. That's great. That's the closest thing to a general revenue that's equivalent to our property tax, sales tax, or TOT. It's totally flexible money that comes from the federal government in recognition of the fact that we don't have use of our national forests, and yet we do also have a burden in trying to provide services relate to our federal lands. So this was a good help, and so that's great, 14% increase. There's a line here with question marks on it, and this is an area just called targeted economic development. We've invested in the Economic Development Corporation. We've invested in our Visitor Bureau function and bringing in visitors to our community that positively impacts TOT. But we think there's more that we can do to target key development opportunities in our community, but it will take time to see these to come to fruition. There's only one that comes to mind that could help us next year, but we're having to wait for some outside things to resolve before we'll know if it's going to help or not. So to summarize on this chart, it's showing that to offset some of that bad stuff you saw on the first page, next year we're thinking that we could enhance our revenue projections by $863,000 in the general fund. This 1920, this revenue would build upon. It'd be an additional amount on the base for 1819 to the tune of almost $1.5 million, so that would bring us to $2.3 million additional revenues. And likewise, potentially another 1.7-ish million increase in our existing revenues. These are just doing projections that we think are realistic, and that would almost bring us up to $4 million cumulatively over this three-year period. So without doing anything to add any kind of a tax or do anything like that, just the economy doing its thing, we think we can have that kind of impact on our revenues.
Supervisor Hanvelt, do you have a question?
On the PILT, if I read the chart right, you've assumed that PILT will be there in 1920 and 2021 at the same rate it was?
Correct.
Okay. So our hope there is to go out and fight again. We're going to have to do it anyway to fight, because I don't think PILT was funded on a continuous basis, but that we got to go fight for PILT again and fight for increases.
Yeah.
That'll help us.
Yep, that's correct. And that's PILT has been one major federal revenue source that has been continuous, over the years. Some past Congresses have not fully funded it, but in the last 5-6 years, they've fully funded it for the first time, and this was a very welcome increase.
Well, when I was back there, there was some sentiment to getting away from this annual renewal and making it a permanent thing, and I'm hoping that we can, between NACO and RCRC, we can pull that off.
Right.
And we need to make sure that they index that.
Well, that's exactly what they want to do. So that it does increase because costs increase. Yeah, right.
Okay, so let's flip to the next. So this chart pretty much stops and starts right here. This is, if you just looked at what can we control as far as just fundamental expense alternatives, we've looked at some of our internal mandates that we could, dial those down a little bit, things that we charge departments to make sure we're fully funding. Things like unemployment, liability insurance, workers' comp, very unsexy stuff, but hard costs. We think we can dial that back a little over $200,000 a year. Been exploring how we can get folks out of some of our rented quarters and into buildings that we own in order to reduce or eliminate rents in some buildings. That's what that's about. There's some local partnerships that we're working on, not ready for prime time and disclosure exactly what that is, but hopeful that can happen. If I were standing here 6 weeks from now and that wasn't coming to fruition, I would be striking that out. But I am somewhat optimistic that can happen. We're looking at refinancing the litigation obligation bonds that we pay debt service on at the mine, and that would give us some modest savings. Last year, well, let me just stop to here. So these are some things that we can affect as managers. I'm going to skip down here. One thing that folks have said is, hey, before you start talking about cuts, and particularly if you're looking at positions, in past years, they've asked, well, why don't you act on the furlough provisions that you have? And these are employees saying, why don't you act on the furlough provisions that we have in our existing MOUs? So I've put that number in here, but if you were to do that, I just want to emphasize this is not an ongoing solution. If you did this, you'd do it for 1 year, and you would not do it into the future. It's just a short-term bridging mechanism to something that you hope positive will happen in a future year. But if we do that, there's still leave balances that increase. There's a management issue that occurs in balancing. We have people taking time off, service issue impacts to the public. But it's there because when we've been at times where we looked at reductions before, our employees have asked, before you go there, have you at least considered what abilities we've already given you in our MOUs? That's the only reason it's there. It's not a recommendation per se at this point, but I'm putting it up there, something you can control. But having done all that, you're still looking at about, and you'll see a summary chart in the next page, you're still looking at somewhere around $3 million that we would need to either come up with additional revenues or decreased expense. And what can you control at this point would be expenses, and that's the perspective of this chart. And so between these two lines, it's about $3 million. The point of this line is last year in June, when we were putting our proposed budget together, your board directed $3.3 million in reductions in our general fund, and they were to be shared proportionally with the admonition to departments. Make sure these are ongoing revenues, because you could solve the problem with either revenues or expense reductions, but they needed to be either ongoing revenues or ongoing expense reductions. And this is an approximation of what we didn't feel happened. As far as, that's pretty good out of $3.3 million if we're only looking at this number that was not ongoing. But we're just saying if we do have to get into, this is a statement that if we do have to get into additional reductions, we certainly want to level the playing field and make sure that people who did have permanent revenues and permanent expense reductions, we ought to try to level the playing field that before we put out proportionate cuts, if that's what we ended up doing, that ought to be done. But that would still leave about $2.5 million in just general reductions that would need to be made. But probably the bigger number just to focus on is it's about $3 million of just pure reductions if we don't have a revenue solution. And so here, if we did this, except for the $470,000, this is all something that could be permanent. Then you see here in these out years, if we deal with this permanently, it's about $3.6 million of this that would be permanent, because again, I would recommend not doing furloughs into a second and a third year. So why don't you go to the summary? So looking at it all rolled up, is you're sizing the problem. So here's that big, scary cumulative line that assumes we did nothing. And we always do take action. We never let something like this happen. But you go ahead and deduct the refined revenue projections from that problem, and you can see these numbers starting to come down. If you were then to just do what you can control on the expense side, then you can see seeing those savings applied. And then you could see a balance in 18-19. You can see the 19-20 number drop down to only $2.8 million. It's still a lot of money, but dropping down to $2.8 million, a lot less than that number. And then $4.1 million, again, a lot less than that big, scary number. So this is just looking at, we got a problem right now, but you want to look, is that going to solve things into the future? And what it says is, well, first you have to ask yourself, are you satisfied, or do we have other options other than these significant reductions that we're talking about here to solve this year's problem? But even if we did all this, is that going to be enough looking into the future? And clearly, more things are going to have to happen in the future. Supervisor.
Yeah, just what that total line shows fundamentally, and we can nitpick numbers until the cows come home. But what that bottom line shows there on that chart is that our cost of doing business every year is growing faster than our revenues. Our revenues are growing. We are in a growth period. The economy's fundamentally doing pretty well. And so our revenues are increasing. Those numbers assume that the revenues continue to increase the way we're projecting. If that doesn't happen, and I don't think it's likely that they'll increase more, but if it doesn't happen, we're going to have bigger problems in the out years. The cost of doing business is fundamentally increasing faster, though, and that doesn't assume any IHSS or any of the challenges that we were talking about on one of the opening slides. The potential downside from those numbers is serious, and it's certainly, there isn't much potential upside. So if we don't get, and that's why I really don't like on the fundamental expense alternative slide talking about furloughs. I mean, if we absolutely can't balance the budget any other way, that's fine. But like CAO Pedro said, that only buys us a solution this year. We can't be doing things that are buying us solutions this year that don't translate into solutions next year, because we're going to have a bigger problem next year if we do everything perfectly this year. So we really need to think about, I don't know how we can solve the problem that we've got unless we attack the problem on both sides. And we're used to attacking the problem on reducing the cost of doing business. But we're at a point where we can't reduce costs of doing business without cutting services unless we address the revenue side in a significant manner. We're talking $1 million or $2 million a year, additional increases in our revenue. Otherwise, we are going to have to cut services, because long-term, the only way that you can do recurring cost savings in government is to decrease the size of the government. And if we're going to do that, that's a loss of services to the public. And I just want the public to understand that, because we're going to come to a point here this year where we're going to have to make some tough decisions. And I'm trying to give the public a heads up, because we can't do more and more with less and less, and then until we're doing everything with nothing. And that's basically what we've been doing over the last 5 years that I've been a supervisor, is trimming. There isn't a whole lot of trimming left to be done. Our staff is working their patoots off, okay? They're stressed, and we can't ask much more of them. So this is the year we're going to have to make some tough decisions. And that's a really good picture. You're talking about, if we do everything perfectly this year, you're looking at $2.8 million of a problem next year with all of the rosy revenue growth predictions, and $4 million the next year, and probably $5 to $6 million a year after that, and probably $7 to $8 million a year after that. So we've got to figure out how to grow our revenues at the same rate that our costs are growing.
Supervisor Hanvelt?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But the growing revenue, reasonably growing revenue, is in my mind one of two options.
Sure.
We either grow our local economy, grow our population, grow our demands, which creates the revenues, or we raise taxes. I'm not in favor of taxes, so we got to figure out how we're going to promote some growth. We have been on a slight decline, the wrong direction, and we've got to figure out how to move this forward by policy and by our actions to promote reasonable development level in the county. And that will help us with growth. It'll make the pain a lot less.
It will, but that doesn't happen overnight, number one.
There's a time constant.
And number two, people need to understand, if we don't grow, we're going to cut services or we're going to raise taxes. I mean, I'm against raising taxes too, but the fact of the matter is we can't continue to do business the way we've been doing business. Our costs are outstripping our revenue growth.
So we do have some possible ideas.
Okay. All right. Well, the slide that comes next, I call this extraordinary alternatives, things that, and I'll just say it, they're provocative. And I particularly don't like the first two that are up here, but I'm putting them here because I've always told my own staff, if you can reasonably anticipate the question, ask and answer the question. So it's just out here. The first would be, folks have said, well, why don't you just close the newly minted juvenile center? And if you were to close that, you still have to send kids out to other jurisdictions, and so forth. So you don't save all of what was in the budget. You still have to pay that cost. But what's possible? Again, these would need to be refined, but just first blush at an estimate is that figure.
And Craig, just a point on that. We have some unknown, at least I don't know them, limitations on what we can actually do with that juvenile detention facility, because that is a state-funded facility, and we have some commitments with that. So
it may not be an option.
Right. Well, and there's three big problems here, and that's why I'm really reluctant, but I'm putting it up here. I'm following my own advice, ask and answer the question. But we don't know what we can or cannot do, and I'm very uncomfortable. Hey, State of California, thank you for giving us $16 million that paid for the lion's share of that facility, and to even have this discussion at this point is a little unnerving. The second point is
hold it before you leave that, though.
Go ahead.
I believe the conditions there are improving. Other counties are recognizing the value of the regional center and looking at and sending kids there. There is a possibility to reduce that issue through the use by other counties. We know that.
Right, and that's actually was number two. That with what you're saying, as folks, other counties use that and have their kids, come here, that revenue will help positively impact that, that number. But this is a horrible message to send. Here we are asking them, please break ties with other facilities that you've sent your kids to. We have an excellent program. We're hearing that throughout the state. It's making a difference in the lives of people. And yet, if you're another county looking at us, I'd be really concerned if this were serious at this point. Should I break ties with another facility that had served us well and come use yours if you're even having this discussion? And then I'm sorry, Chief Downey, she's going to take a baseball bat to my knees on this thing, but it's like she's trying to also recruit and retain staff, for this facility. That's kind of hard to do if you're having this kind of conversation. But I'll get right to you, Carl. But I just want to emphasize this facility is providing excellent service to this community, excellent service to the other youth that are coming here. And I also want to remind folks, and I've said this, department heads, and there's people that can build on this even more. What if that's a lot of money, but what if you can't get to a person when they're young and turn them, and get them on the right path in life? What you're going to see is these kids are going to go into the adult system, and not always. And we hope we can get better results also with the new jail and the programming and things that they'll have. But we're more likely to see them go into a terrible life cycle behavior, which is going to be added cost into the future. So what's the real life cycle cost of that life, just to say? And I'll pause.
Yeah, just a point that was mentioned at the Finance Committee that's kind of an interesting twist into our juvenile detention facility, and that is the potential, I think they're going to, Nevada County shutting down theirs, which is going, a lot of our partner counties and other counties that are using that facility in Nevada County may be diverting their people our way as well.
Right. And we don't know that they're considering it.
Yeah.
It's a large facility. Their population is less than ours, right now, and they're about double the cost. Now, likewise, we look at a brand new jail. We're full on committed in constructing this jail. We're going to be better off the day that facility is open. We're going to be better off, than our best day where we're at, because you're going to have a safe, efficient facility with rehabilitation, programming rooms, and all that kind of thing. But again, likewise here, what's the main goal here? This is the hammer. This is the consequences to your law and justice system. So it's good to take better care, have safer situation for our staff and our prisoners, for rehabilitation programs. But if we can't bring it to full bear, if people deserve to be in there for consequences, then we need to have this thing open. So the thought of doing this, likewise to juvenile, it's a terrible message to send to folks that are right now they're not concerned because it's a revolving door, in our current jail. If you open it to its full capacity, then there's consequences, and that's a message to folks that are thinking about crime. The other thing is a horrible message, to the state again. Here we are constructing it right now, and I'm not even suggesting we don't move forward. We're committed, and we'll be better off again the day the thing opens, no matter what. But this is a terrible thing to even be talking about when the state was helping us to get the capacity that we said that we needed. But I'm just putting it there because these are things that I've heard, and I'm just putting them up here for discussion. Additional local partnerships, again, something that is not ready for prime time, may or may not happen. This is definitely less firm than that other smaller number you saw for 18-19. It's just something that's there, and I'm going to leave it there. Reaching back to the Great Recession, when we were talking about what can we do during the Great Recession, and we had our 5-year program plans, much like the 3-year plan you're going to look at a little later today. We were talking about what can we do for our recreation and library programs to give them a budget and a program that's sustainable. Because I still really empathize with our leaders in those departments in those days, because they're trying to run a program, put positive things out. You saw our youth center kids here this morning and so forth. That's positive stuff to put our kids' lives into. And the library also plays just so many important roles. But when it comes down to difficult budgetary times, oftentimes we're looking into these types of programs because our stated priorities are public safety, and roads. Anyway, what can we do? Something that was put out there, and I'm just putting it out here again for consideration, is you could consider, instead of independent ones, look at a recreation library special district that's funded through its own independent funding source, and I'm just putting it out there, such as a half-cent sales tax. And that's where this $2 million figure comes from. And it really does just so happen to be the same amount of money that the general fund, our general revenues of the county, how much is directed to support our entire recreation and library system. So of your $72 million budget, and I should be fairer, I think are 40-some-odd thousand in general revenues, only 42 million or so in revenues. Only $2 million of that is going towards recreation and library. So would we consider putting something to the voters to either establish a special district supported by something like that so they can vote, for programs we know that are important to them, while also then relieving that $2 million burden from the general fund to help support your public safety programs and things like that. Another way to approach that would be, instead of a special district, you could also have a special tax that would support these programs, but to put recreation and library into a separate county fund. There's pros and cons of either way to do it, but it only happens if it's supported by a separate revenue source. So these are, like I said, extraordinary alternatives. I'm not out here pitching them to you, but these are things that we have discussed or they're out on the street, so I'm putting them there. Next slide. So if we were to look at other revenue options, What would a half-cent sales tax bring? I've already mentioned that it's roughly, $2 million a year, and that will grow over time as long as the economy is still going well. Say we put something on the ballot in November, and if the voters, were to approve it, next year, just simple math, cut it in half, you'd maybe see $1 million in additional revenue, half-year revenue. TOT, in 2010, we went to the voters, asked for them to increase that from 8% to 10%. And the thrust of that was we love to have the visitors come to our community and spend their dollars here, but they do use government services when they're here. Why not have them pay more towards the services that they consume that we provide? If we did another 2%, and if under the current agreement we don't have to, but this assumes that we would continue to pay 25% of this additional 2% to the Visitors Bureau for the good work that they do. This would be about $700,000 a year and growing. If you did a mid-year kind of thing, took it to the voters, they approved it, then maybe $350,000 as a half-year measure. And something that we discussed, put it forth back in, I think it was 2012, was expanding the footprint of the TOT to include RV parks and campgrounds. That one did not go through. There was opposition from the RV, world. We also learned a lesson about you can't put it on houseboats, though we had talked about doing that. And we did have late support for putting the TOT on campgrounds, but that measure did fail. If we expanded the footprint of the TOT to include RVs and campgrounds, which is legitimate, we service those folks, too, that number would even, be higher. So these are just numbers. So if you were to consider revenue measures, these would be two of the most likely ones that you would look towards. And then give me the last slide, Trace. And this is just a nod towards some of the things I mentioned. At some point, we really need to put some serious money into our road and fire fleets. Just this one thing on fire fleet, that's one engine. Fire engines are expensive. When you get into the big pieces of equipment, over in the road area, that's also expensive. And this is just a nod towards, again, we've got to start building our general reserves, back up. They're too low. We knew that. We were reminded of that by Standard & Poor's. And this is, particularly when you get in this area, I think we could do that if we reserved our carryover balances after reestablishing our contingencies and start putting money back into reserves. So that is my formal presentation on this. Again, it's easy to talk about the X's and O's, but when you think about the services, all of these are important services behind that. That makes it a little more sobering. And again, today, this is just to get this information out to the full board to begin the dialogue. Look for questions, look for things that you would like us to research further. We can come back at the next meeting and then really get down to the business of trying to come up with a direction.
Carl?
Yeah, I'll reiterate some stuff and add a couple. But when we talk about using part of our end-of-year fund balance to repopulate our general reserves, realize that that's at the expense of the next year's budget, because we normally roll that forward into the next year's budget. I hope that it's clear that we have a growing problem. Not only do we have the problem this year to deal with, as we've had every year. This, by the way, just the numbers kind of look big to most people that balance their checkbook like I do every month, but they are bigger than they've been in most previous years. Last year being an exception, but they're not insurmountable. The problem is it's a growing problem, and it's growing because our revenues aren't increasing as fast as our expenses are. Fundamentally, the only way that you can really make significant cuts in your expenses is through getting rid of programs. Otherwise, you're just borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, and Paul is next year's budget, okay? And we're going to have a growing problem every year. So we really do need, I think one of the fundamental things that we really do need to do is make sure that when we deal with this year's budget, that to the extent possible, and I'm thinking somewhere around 90% solution is necessary, but to the extent possible that we make cuts either in how we're doing business or if we're doing things that we just can't do or don't need to be doing, let's identify those, but let's make cuts this year to balance our budget that are going to roll into next year. Otherwise, department heads, and I'm talking primarily to you, otherwise you're just adding to your problem for next year. And if anybody thinks that there's a pot of gold somewhere in Tuolumne County, I'd like them to take me and show me where it is. Again, I think our fundamental policy needs to be this year ongoing savings to the maximum extent possible. And then we do need to do whatever we can to start building revenues, and obviously growth, economic growth, is preferable to tax increases by, I think, everybody on this board for sure. But we need to start taking those actions.
Any more, Randy?
I'm going to add, he's absolutely right. We have to make systemic changes, lasting changes, and we need to develop a growth plan where we're bringing revenue in. I don't, at this point, I'm not convinced taxes necessarily be on the list. They provide the short-term answer, but long-term answer is economic development type growth.
Growth is the answer, but it may not get us there. So I think we still have to have all the options open. Evan?
For the most part, you guys are right on. Very sensitive about taxes because you don't want to bite the hand that feeds you. And, you fish out a pond, eventually you're going to be starving. So be careful. Reserves are absolutely critical, and I've been plugging that for a long time. Eventually, we're going to have more rainy days. Stock market isn't going to always be at all-time highs, and when those PERS amortizations adjust because the stock market adjusts and the business cycle shifts, things will be much, much worse than what we're looking at. And it always does. It's when I came in, that's what we were dealing with, and I know exactly what it feels like. And when it becomes imperative and we're in survival mode, we will survive just like we will through this. I think staff's doing a good job. But I think it's important to keep context. Right now we're at the higher end of the business cycle. We're not at the low end, and we should be prudent. So good report.
Okay, and any other comments from the board? Any public comment?
Good morning. I'm Chris Day, commenting as a concerned citizen. I would oppose setting up a special district to operate recreation and library for many reasons. I will not detail those reasons at this time. I would like to say that before you decide whether or not to put a measure on the November ballot for an increase in taxes to provide funding for recreation and the library, many difficult issues need to be worked out. If you go forward with this, there will be only one shot, so it has to be done right the first time. For many years, the county's first goal has been providing a safe environment for its residents, and I appreciate this and I want it to continue. Law enforcement and safety have been funded, and the county has achieved this goal. However, the county should not focus singularly on this goal such that it impedes progress on other important goals such as economic development, getting and retaining families to live here, providing our youth with places and activities to keep them engaged. Going forward, I believe you need to broaden your first goal. The goal I have in mind goes something like this. The county will provide a safe environment that nurtures economic opportunity for businesses and residents, that welcomes people of all ages to reside here, that provides places and activities for children, and that welcomes tourists to explore the county's assets and resources. I do understand that what I just said incorporates many of the county's existing goals. I believe that considering goals individually is counterproductive, and that we need to keep all facets of the broader goal in mind when making budget decisions for 2018-19 and beyond. Recreation and the library are important to the county as assets that need to be funded. These services help attract new citizens, new residents, and businesses to the area. Cutting these services or underfunding them will diminish the attractiveness of this county in the eyes of potential entrepreneurs and residents. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That would be me. I feel like I need Drew Barrymore to say she's back. My name's Debbie Batista. I'm the county clerk and auditor controller, and I'm going to wear both hats. A year ago, I came and said we need to change how we do county government. We haven't really done a whole lot to do that change. Passing the budget is a really important thing, as Mr. Pedro says, and I absolutely agree with him. But more important is to look at our past. And one of the things that we need to look at are our actuals and what we really have done. Take out fund balance. We can argue whether fund balance should be used to balance the budget, not used to balance the budget. But in 2015-16, our expenditures outpaced our revenues by $975,000. That's not with fund balance. That's just straight revenue, straight expenses in the general fund. 2017, that number was 1.6. So our expenses was 1.6 greater than our revenues. In 2018, based upon the mid-year review, our expenditures will outpace our revenues by $2.5 million. That number will be better. We always do a little bit better, but it's not going to be down to zero. We can't look at 18-19 because we haven't balanced, so we haven't figured out what we're looking at. But if you look at the numbers that are being presented, in 19-20, we're going to outpace our expenditures by $1.4 million. And 18-19 and 19-20 don't have any COLAs or any bargaining adjustments for multiple budget units because they all expire in 19 and or 20. So the numbers are understated. Whether it's material or not, it depends on how we do our bargaining. We have to change how we do business here. And it's as Mr. Roderfer pointed out, we need to look at both sides, the revenue and the expenses. Now I'm going to put on my other hat. If we're going to do anything from a tax standpoint, you have to keep in mind August 12th. That is the last day that this board can put something on the November ballot. I would encourage you not to take anything off the plate. You know, I'm one of the people that thinks that you should look at everything that we're doing because there's consequences. When we look at one thing at a time, we don't want to close down the juvenile center. It does all of the wonderful things that it does. It definitely keeps the youth in this community here where their folks can come visit them. There's a whole lot of pluses of it. But if you don't look at what the alternative is, you close down the libraries and you bring the libraries down to, and I'm not saying we're going to do this, and it doesn't have to be the youth centers, it doesn't have to be the juvenile center. We could be talking about the jail, we can be talking about other programs, but you need to compare them all at the same time, comparing one against each other, not just taking one out and say, we're not going to touch that one. That would be my opinion. We need to look at everything, and we need to look at everything in the next couple months, because we don't have a long time to react to this and set it up into place. Or I will come back next year with my little radio and I will play Drew Barrymore saying she's back again, because we aren't changing how we're doing things, and this number is only going to grow. The projections that you have are looking at the big projections. They're not looking at what PERS is going to do with it. They're based upon that we're not going to spend any more money in our services and supplies than we did in 17-18. That's not realistic. Have you bought gasoline lately? Big departments who have lots of vehicles, who have lots of gasoline that they have to purchase, can't live in the $16, $17 that they had before all of the changes that have happened. We have to look at the whole general fund, we have to look at all the programs, and we have to compare them against each other and not just take one out or two out or three out, or we are going to be back every single year. So that's what I have to say. But remember, the budget's really important. Balancing the budget's really important. Mr. Pedro and I heard different things from Moody's. I absolutely heard Moody's that we should build back up our reserves. But what I heard really strongly is we have to address our deficit spending. And the only way to do that is to look at our revenue and look at our programs and bring the revenue and expenses closer together and not let that gap get bigger and bigger, because we will not be able to sustain it because we don't have that much of a fund balance. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to answer, I at least for me, and I think the rest understand, everything is on the table. Okay. It has to be. It has to be. We all have preferences. And you know, we don't like taxes. We like law enforcement. We like libraries, but everything's got to be on the table. And when I say everything, it goes beyond the list that you saw.
Absolutely.
Okay. Just so we understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good morning. A couple questions, a couple statements. Some of you may be aware that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is introducing an industrial hemp bill, the Hemp Farming Act of 2018, and that has significant impact on this county if that bill goes through. It has strong bipartisan support. Both Kentucky senators and a Democratic senator from the state of Oregon are behind this bill. Now, I just heard about the Jamestown mine and the service on that mine and all that property, the Harvard mine out there. Now, that's quite a lot of acreage out there that at some point in the very near future, if this hemp bill does get passed for industrial hemp, there's going to be citizens coming here and asking the county why county land is not being placed under cultivation and industrial hemp as a revenue and tax source. So I'm putting that out there now for you to be thinking about, because that's a conversation that will be coming at you in the not-too-distant future if this industrial hemp bill does pass. There's already 12,000 acres under cultivation in the state of Kentucky. That's about 6 times, I believe, the size of the city of Sonora, if you can identify that size area. That's revenue right there, okay? And the state of Kentucky and the state of Colorado are going to be going very strongly in this direction once industrial hemp is removed from Schedule I and is no longer a part of the Controlled Substances Act. So this is something as a revenue source. I see you nodding, Evan, because you understand. You know, and Supervisor Hanville, you understand. You've got to take existing property and existing assets that the county has and maximize them. And the citizens are going to be expecting that, because they're not going to accept cuts in services when property is sitting dormant and crops can be grown on them that are commercial. This is an agricultural community. It's an agricultural and rural county. And to not follow those roots of this county and look at the opportunity to plant industrial hemp in a very large way and go all in this county would be a mistake if it is removed from the Controlled Substances Act. It's part of the solution. It's not the entire solution, but if we're sitting here talking about revenue sources, you're looking at a fairly substantial revenue source right there, and you've got the property to do it. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Well, I would certainly invite everyone to come to the Finance Committee meeting because that's where a lot of this discussion goes on. And I'm sorry Supervisor Brennan isn't here, but hopefully she's watching on Granicus. I kind of agree with Scott. I thought he made a good point about dormant properties, and I'm kind of a use it or lose it kind of girl. So the Tuolumne General Hospital building is sitting down there, and it's not very well used. So Innovation Lab has offered to relocate. I think the grand jury could relocate someplace else, and that's just sucking up resources sitting there doing nothing but deteriorating. The Jamestown landfill is costing us a ton of money. I don't know what we can do with that, but we need to unload that. And the Jamestown mine is also costing money, and we need to unload that. I also asked at the Finance Committee meeting for figures on the debt service now that we're going $24 million into debt, what our annual debt service was going to be. So I didn't hear that figure today because that's a lot of money just going down the toilet so we can be in debt. So we still need to have some discussion, but I've been really pleased with the robust discussion at the Finance Committee, and I would invite more public to come to that, and I would certainly invite any of the candidates who are running for the supervisorial districts to participate in that, because if you don't understand the finances of this county, I don't see how you can sit up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Do you have enough directions, Mr. Pedro?
Well,
any and all?
Well, I know we've discussed one of the points that Carl made with the department heads at a special meeting last Friday, and it's been an ongoing dialogue. We talked about reducing cost avoidance through something led by Supervisor Handvelt. Probably will be taking that in between, talking to department heads about more specific ideas that we can do that are meaningful ideas. I do want to bring back for discussion at the next meeting as well, a discussion about our budget policies. I think that bears some discussion so that there's understanding and appreciation of them, because that's, when we're talking about, our carryover, money and how it can be used. It's really up to you guys how you want to do it. When Debbie was talking about, deficit spending, if you don't calculate in the beginning balance that you commit, then yes, then it's in balance. But that is a way to balance it. Having said that, our budget policies call for not using carryover fund balance for ongoing operations. And looking to the future, I think there has to be an absolute commitment that we are not going to use, ongoing fund balance for ongoing expenses. That's been part of what moved us into the position that we're at. And we have made progress. We talked about that a couple years ago, and you guys have been stepping that back. But that's really important. We can talk about all these other alternatives, but if we don't look at those and I'm just picking one, but that's an important one. We really have to have a commitment to that, an understanding and commitment to it as we move forward in whatever direction in the coming year.
Okay.
So I go ahead.
I sense that you're looking for agreement from the board, and nobody was saying specifically yes. I think we do have to do that.
Yes.
I think we really, really do have to do that. So if you were looking for that, you got it from me anyway.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. And that's all I'm saying. Just
okay.
let's shake it out. It's been a while. Shake it out. Look at everything. Make sure that we're together on it, because our budgeting should begin based upon those principles articulated in that policy document.
And I'd like to see us put together a priority list of one-time costs that we're going to use any fund balance for, And one of those, I don't know where it would rank on the priority list, but one of those would be repopulating our general revenue or our general reserves.
Right. Right. And the policies do speak to that in general terms, but you're being more specific, and that's great.
Okay.
So I'll be working with the departments in between. I may ask if Finance Committee members are available to have maybe a meeting in between so we can discuss this stuff some more as we move forward. You know, and I'll bring back the best list of alternatives that I can. I would agree, you know, in principle, too, that we do have to look at everything. And that's what you've heard from your department heads. They're in agreement. We need to do this, you know, once and do it now. And we need to either find new revenues and or we need to make permanent reductions in some areas in order to curb that trend that Supervisor Rotifer has pointed out.
Okay. Could I ask the board a question about lunch? We have one presentation that will take, about 15 minutes? If we could get that done before lunch because of appointments after, I certainly would appreciate that. So the clerk, please read item 19. Thank you, Mr. Pedro.
You bet.
This is a presentation on the state of the roads in Tuolumne County in consideration of directing staff to establish the pavement condition index goals not defined for local roads in 2016 for county maintained roads.
Thank you.
If I may, while Tanya's setting up.
Sure.
Again, my name is David Gonzalez. I'm your Community Resource Agency Director for those in the public that are listening. And while Tanya Allen, our supervising engineer, is setting up the PowerPoint, I want to cover what we're looking at is the state of our pavement and our streets as we have the miles that are going to come up and for the public understanding. And I want folks to understand that we have, as we stated before, on the global level, revenue issues and expenditures issues. It's my job to try to figure out a balance of figuring out where to put those priorities. But as you'll see here, we're going to be asking some direction from the board here to make sure choices. This is about choices and how we spend what limited resources we have. We have far too many miles and not enough staff to get it all done, and that's just a reality. It's not a complaint. It's just reality. It's our job to figure out how to do the best we can with what limited resources we have to deliver that to our community. So as you listen to this report, please keep that in mind. And I will also add briefly, we are dealing with another hit from the storms from 18, and they're just as severe. We will figure out a way to get to that. We are not leaving our community high and dry, but we have some major difficulties and hurdles to get through as we move through that storm damage. So with that, I'll let Tanya move through the discussion.
Thank you, and thank you for accommodating us. In the following slides, you'll see the state of the county's roads that are in need of repair. As an engineer, we find problems to every solution. This fix to our roads cannot be solved alone by an engineer. It requires that the community work together and support the roadway infrastructure, in addition to the public services that our community, or that support our community's well-being. We use Street Saver as our pavement management program. In 2017, we implemented this program, and we are dedicated to keep using it at its efficiency in order to project the accuracy of the state of our roads and what its costs would be in order to keep them in good state of repair. This year, staff was able to purchase the sign module for Street Saver through SB1 and is working in incorporating our sign assets into Street Saver and expanding the software as the county's asset management program. This will help identify future needs of all roadway assets beyond our pavement. The county maintains 610 miles, which 531 plus are paved. In the 90s, the county had one employee for 8.7 miles. The county is operating with 25 employees to maintain the 610 miles network. This is now one employee for every 24 miles. So kind of bringing forward, what is road maintenance? It's a term that means many things. You have to look at public services to the roadway network, including emergency response, snowplow, and routine maintenance. Routine maintenance consists of day-to-day activities that are scheduled by maintenance staff to maintain and preserve the condition of the roadway system. This includes pothole patching, cleaning culverts, crack sealing, ditching, etc. Preventative maintenance, on the other hand, are the minor and major rehabilitation projects. Minor projects are non-structural enhancements made to the existing pavement sections to eliminate age-related surface cracking to extend the life of the existing pavement. Major rehabilitation consists of structural enhancements that are both extend the service life and the existing pavement and improve its load-carrying capacity. So staff, in our dedication, we inspect our arterials every year, our major collectors every 2 years, and our local roads every 4 years. This provides more accuracy in the software's evaluation. You can see the orange curve is a general deterioration curve. The yellow dots are our inspection units, which then redefines the curve to its actual deterioration rate, which is the green line. Using a well-defined deterioration curve, StreetSaver develops a maintenance strategy that can improve the overall condition of the roads and maintain it at that level. What you're seeing in front of you right here is that green line represents the ultimate goal of preventative maintenance. Preventative maintenance keeps the deterioration curve from falling by maintaining a good state of repair. This is not part of just routine maintenance. Remember, preventative maintenance is those additional elements in order to preserve the pavement. So we inspect with a rating between 0 and 100. What you see on your left is a pavement condition index, actually of 0. This is Jacobs Road. And it's very poor. And what you see on the right is a pavement condition index that's very high or very good, which is the one that we just recently reconstructed on Woodham Carn. Our overall network is at 33. So our overall network is in poor condition. Just to kind of give you a breakdown of the different functional classifications, our majors, our arterials are 77, which dropped 10 points in the last 6 years. Our major collectors had a PCI of 53, dropping 13 points in the last 6 years, and our minor collectors had a PCI of 31, dropping 12 points in the last 6 years. A couple of years ago, we brought in our local collectors. These are still functional classifications of local roads, but having more emphasis based on their entryways into subdivisions or their ADTs. And this dropped 3 points in the last 2 years. And then our local roads have a PCI of 22, dropping 14 points in the last 6 years. So when you bring the average together, our average is 33, and it dropped 13 points in the last 16 years. So we did a great job, and I want to give thanks to my staff of pulling together this exhibit. Kind of helps you see regionally where our PCIs are. You know, our connecting communities, those are arterials and our major collectors, and those are in good conditions. But you can see as we teeter out, our local roads are in poor condition. So just explaining a little bit, our road fund consists of services including engineering, administration, and road maintenance. And as reported in our 2000 annual report, the state expenditure, the total expenditure for the road fund was approximately $5.3 million. Road maintenance allocated 3.5, which 1.1 was approximately spent on pavement maintenance. The county itself has been operating below operating costs based on the significant reduction in revenue from the road fund due to the decreases in the allocation from the state highway user tax, also known as the gas tax. Although with the passing of SB 1, also known as the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account, it is anticipated that the county will not see an increase to the road network pavement condition index. Our operating costs to provide basic road services and routine maintenance is greater than the revenues received. The projections of the RMRA funds will close this gap of revenues needed in order to operate the road fund. The trend lines in this figure show the closing of the disparities in 2019. Not until then can the county use the remaining allocations of the RMRA funds to work on capital projects for rehabilitation or reconstruction in order to increase this PCI. And I'm afraid with our recent storms, too, it has caused more damage to us. So in 2006, your board had revised this pavement management preventative maintenance methodology matrix. It's structured by tiers and how we address our focus on what comes first based on different levels and keeping our arterials in a PCI greater than 70, as well as our major collectors and minor collectors at a PCI greater than 50. However, at that time, we didn't know what was going on with legislation, and we left our local roads to be determined on their PCIs. So this was really difficult because where do I analyze this data? What do I do? I've sit through presentations where the city and county of San Francisco has $65 million for their preventative maintenance. We're stuck where we haven't had any funds. So just to give you an overall perspective, in a perfect world, if we could eliminate our unfunded backlog, we could expend, this is about $198 million over the next 20 years, which in this scenario, to bring our roads into a good state of repair, we would expend $85 million in the first 3 years and then $6.7 annually to remain for the remaining years, in addition to our operating costs. So this is just your preventative maintenance. The second scenario we did, looking at just trying to see what it would cost to preserve our arterials and our collectors. And so we analyzed the scenario using a target PCI of 0 for the local roads to evaluate this. This scenario would require approximately $81.4 million over the next 20 years, which is about $4.1 annually. And this is only to fund the arterials and collectors. So we have to keep in mind we still need to keep our operating costs of the $5.3 million. And this scenario would decrease our overall PCI from a 33 down to a 24 because the majority of our network is local roads. So the last scenario, staff didn't want to neglect our local roads because those are still important. That's where we live, in addition to all of your constituents. And there was a new module that was identified how we could use a minimum % of the roadway network in very good condition. So what we did is analyzed 100% of the arterials in very good condition, 70% of the collectors in a very good condition, and 10% of the local roads in a very good condition. This scenario would require approximately $124 million over the next 20 years, which is about $6.2 million annually. As I described earlier, once the gap's closed, to fully fund the road fund, the county could put the remaining projected revenues into this scenario with the supplementing of funds that could be achievable to work towards the county's efforts. And the county also could look at self-help county. So just to give you a little history to see how our declining PCI, we have been working diligently is based on the availability of funds that have come our way. In the years of Proposition 1B, we did 32 miles of just minor rehabilitation. We were able to reconstruct the majority of our arterial, which was LaGrange, and as well as, excuse me, Our various funding sources throughout the last 6 years were just put to major rehabilitation, where we're only able to do 8.35 miles. And last year, with the contributions of the general one-time funds, we were only able to do 2 miles of major reconstruction on a very highly traveled roadways out in Columbia. So overall, the county's network has dropped from a PCI of 46 to a PCI of 33 in the last 6 years. The investment of $8.2 million during that time is nowhere near the county's needs of $65 million in those last 6 years. The county needs to spend approximately $217 million in preventative maintenance over the next 20 years. That is 10.9 annually, in addition to having a sound revenue for operating costs for routine maintenance. I just want to show some success. You know, our CSAs have perpetual funding, and they do have an active pavement management system that is funded, and their PCIs are at 69 plus. We did some more work, and I don't have the current number, but they are in a good condition or a good state of repair. So what are our next steps? As I said earlier, as an engineer, we are always trying to find and solve problems. We can provide the answers of what type of solutions we have to repair these roadways, but I believe it requires the community to work together and support the roadway infrastructure, in addition to the public services that support our community's well-being. Above here are potential solutions that are advisable to reach the county's goals, but staff is looking for direction today on how to continue with the PMP with the fiscal restraints of the local roads. We advise to include the local roads within the goals of the matrix, but pursue a minimum % of the roadway network in very good condition, as discussed in scenario 3, in order to be achievable. And that's all I have, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Questions? I do have a comment question. When it gets down to the local roads, I think all the supervisors get most complaints based on what's happening out in front of someone's home. And, you know, we've put a lot of our work into the ones that are most traveled. That's where we've spent the most money on so far. And I'm wondering if we need to switch and move to some of the local roads.
Well, I'm going to let Tony answer this, as he's the engineer, but I will tell you from my perspective after having been here a year. We have, no pun intended, weathered 2 pretty severe storm events as well as years. That has caused some pretty severe damage on some local and our major connector or collector-type roads. That's going to impact our abilities to maintain or prevent damage further. I'll let Tony answer on the discussion, but the reason why we've suggested scenario 3 is you can't ignore those local roads. The most important road to any constituent is the road in front of their house or getting to and from work. Cold patch is our way of our road crews. They do a great job of doing that, but Supervisor Gray, you're aware of what we did on Ferretti Road. We kept patching it because that's all we had. Folks don't want to see that, but it's a reality of the funding sources. We're not here to complain. We're here to tell you the reality, and we're going to provide some solutions to you of what we think. And we just want your input and direction to make sure that we're headed in the correct direction. We're also going to be aggressively pursuing any grant opportunities and any sources that we can partner with any other agency to try to get through these problems.
Supervisor Hanville.
Yeah, where to start? One is, for the public's benefit, I think we truthfully understate the magnitude of the problem. I have to say this every time because we only have roughly 600 miles of county-maintained roads. 610, is that the right number? But there's about twice that many roads that are not publicly maintained. They're officially privately owned, and we dealt with this a bit when we were doing tree mortality and went after funds to support people who didn't live on publicly maintained roads. Otherwise, they were going to have to pay for it. We got some money to do that. We've been doing a remarkable job on that, in my opinion. But there's still emergency access and egress, and they're important. So that's always going to be an issue there. And so I'm just pointing out to people, if you don't live on a county-maintained road, you got to worry about it. And unfortunately, you got to worry about it yourself. I'm one of those people, so I know that. So first of all, I think the problem is much bigger than we've stated, and there's no chance we're going to get there. So I think we need to benchmark ourselves. Now, we did get some nice little bumps with getting secure rural schools reinstated, but we can't count on that, and it's on a declining scale. It goes down about 5% a year, but we got a couple of bumps that helps the budget. But in truth, those are only about $400,000 apiece for two. I just feel like we got to consider them one-time money. That doesn't mean we don't use it. We use it. So what is the sustained funding that we see right now, and what can we do with that is one of my questions for you. I mean, pie in the sky and looking for $200 million over the next 20 years is a great idea. It ain't going to happen. I mean, that's what we know from dealing with the rest of this. We're going to talk later about what the governor, I mean, I was there when he said, if you want, he said lots of times, he says, if you want roads, you got to pay for them. The rest of the public, and myself included, feels like we've been paying for roads all our lives, and they've how shall I say, moved that money elsewhere, and that's not fair. So my first question is, what can we do with the funds we got? We set some goals in 2012 that, in my view, are totally unrealistic. Given what we know about funding. Our goals that we set in 2016, I don't think are with the current funding possible. I'd like to know what it takes to get to 2016 goals, and what can we do with the money we got? I mean, we got to be realistic about this, and we got to be straight with the public. Our roads deteriorate at the rate they are, and with these storms we had last year and the storms we just had, that accelerates the deterioration. And then we have the FEMA problem that when the roads, quote, haven't been maintained in good condition, that they won't help us with funding storm damage. That's your fault, Tuolumne County. I mean, this is a serious issue that I believe both the state and the feds aren't recognizing appropriately, especially the state. And so, where do we go? We're doing, people need to know we're doing the best we can with what we got, and that's why I wanted to mention in item 6 that we got that done under cost, under budgeted cost, and we got it done. We stuck our necks out, and we're not even sure where we're going to come out with FEMA. All of this is risk to the budget discussions we just had, and so I'm really concerned. This is a big deal, but what is realistic, and that's the question I need you to tell me, given what we know as funding.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to let Tanya talk about the engineering portion of it.
Yeah. We're into our lunch hour here, and so I'll be brief. We got another storm on the way, okay? And it's going to tear up our roads again because our roads are in bad shape, okay? We need the road funding that we're supposed to be getting, or our road. If our budget discussion, divergence of the revenue and cost curves has any reality to it, it really has reality in the roads, because we have not had the funding to keep our roads. Our PCI index is going down every year, okay? We need all the funding, state funding that we can get, and I agree with Supervisor Henvelt. I don't like the way they got it, but we need that money, or our roads we will be back to gravel roads in this county. And don't anybody, and I'm not talking about local roads in front of people's houses. I'm talking about minor collectors. So we need to be working on this. I want one last thing I want to say, and that is I want to commend the roads department and the engineering department and make sure the word gets to your people. They're doing an incredibly efficient job of keeping our roads as good as they possibly can with the very limited road funding that we've got. I fault the state. They've reneged on 1,000 promises on roads funding, and I don't like the solution to SB1, but we need that money. And that was a solution that was handed to us. So anyway, thank your people for that, and I'm ready to go to lunch.
To answer that one last question about the funding dollar, I think that Supervisor Hanvelt had, and do you want to restate that?
It's just realistically, and I'm trying to set expectations for this board and for the public, realistically, with the known funding, and I don't want to include the windfall funding, because that's just gravy on it. We do a little better than maybe. But with the known funding, what could we realistically do? And you got to, the arterials you got to take care of. That's the ones that take the damage. And the major collectors on. What can we do?
Really, with our existing funding, we're just looking at routine maintenance. And in order to extend the life of our roads, we need to focus on efforts towards preventative maintenance, which you saw was above $5 million annually, which we are not receiving. Now, we are getting some help with the SB1 funds and securing those funds. You got to remember 70% of those funds are being secured under Article 19 of the Constitution, California Constitution, to go to transportation services, as well as Prop 69 is trying to secure the remaining 30% for those transportation purposes. But the more we have an opportunity to have additional funding in order to do preservation of our roadways, we'll be able to secure it. And I will state this, engineering has actively and aggressively sought out different fundings, and we've secured $90 million in other funding sources in order to help extend some of our infrastructure. But really, as I got to sit in a conference with Senator Beal, and I think his focus is we need to bring that, instead of building new infrastructure, focus on the infrastructure we have and preserving it. And you look at some of the additional programs that are listed in Congress that are building new corridor systems to help congestion, and we're building more infrastructure. We're not going back down to our roots of what we actually drive on a day-to-day basis, which is that maintenance. So I'll leave it with that.
One more comment, I think, for the public's benefit, and that is, I think on SB1, this is correct. We get something back based on what we generate. And one of our problems is rural counties per capita have more roads, more miles of road than urban counties. I mean, they concentrate the population. Ours is going to spread out. That's an added issue.
Could we get that on the next one, SB1? What your requested?
Looking for a recommendation from the board to follow scenario 3, which would maintain your arterials to the best of our ability, near as close as we can to the 100% in good condition. 70% of our arterials at our collectors.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
An excellent recommendation, by the way.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Rose, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. And again, thank you before I call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Public comment? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote again. All in favor? Aye.
I'll just hide this one over here.
Pretty soon it'll be 1:30 in Tuolumne County, but we'll wait a little bit. All right, it's now 1:30 in Tuolumne County. Would the clerk please read our first 1:30 appointment?
This is a presentation by the Tuolumne County Commission on Aging on their 2017 achievements and 2018 goals.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. I'm just here to introduce the Commission on Aging. I'm their staff representative. The commission is a commission that was formed by your board in 1982, and the goal is really to be an informed voice in the community and advise and support your board on senior-related issues. Every year, as you know, the board or the commission embarks on developing a set of goals for the year, and this year is no different. They have quite a large amount of goals this year, and I just want to mention that this is a great group. They do a lot of good work in the community for seniors. I am privileged to be supporting this commission, and I just want to mention as a part of their goals, as your board knows, they did or submitted a kind of survey thing about cannabis use for seniors in Tuolumne County that I think help advise your board on some decision making. And I just want to encourage you all that I think the commission did a great job with that. Really got a lot of responses and things like that. I think the commission could do more of. So I want to encourage your board to encourage them to do more of that kind of thing. So without further ado, here is Kathy Peacock and Kathy Bramblett, who are going to present the past year's goals and 2018 goals as well.
Thank you.
So many questions? Liz kind of handled it. Yeah, thank you very much for having us today. I've been the chair for a couple of years now. I'm pleased to have been so. We do have one other commissioner with us today, but we have there's 17 of us, and everybody's always busy doing something in the community. We have 4 that are relatively new this year. We had 4 that retired and moved on, and 4 that came on. So it's great to have some new blood in the group and some new ideas. Everybody's active everywhere in the community, and that helps us keep our fingers on the pulse of what's going on. So we really like the mix of folks we have. In your packet, you received the goals for last year, this year, the financials, a summary for the year. Our major events continue to be self-supporting, and other donations cover the miscellaneous needs that we have. So we're still in the black. We don't have to ask you for any money. The 17 goals, let me just highlight a couple things. We did complete all of our goals save for one. The Leadership Tuolumne Seniors program seems to have run its course. We failed again to get enough participants to run the program, so it has been put basically to rest indefinitely. But there's always the idea that maybe there'll be another time for something similar, and we would certainly support that. Highlights of 17 include the continuation of the Centenarian Program, the Senior Volunteer of the Year Awards. In November, 20 senior volunteers were recognized for their contribution to the community. In June, the 7th Annual Senior Expo was held and been renamed the Friends and Neighbors Expo, Community Resources for 50 and Beyond. This annual event came out of a COA meeting 7 years ago, now 8, and has become a staple in the community and is still well received and well attended. As Liz mentioned, last year at our September meeting, Supervisor Brennan was there talking about things that we could do and things that the board is doing, and she requested that we see how we could assist in identifying the impact of some of the proposed cannabis regulations that would have on the senior population. We had a small subcommittee, including some members of the public and staff, that got together, and we created a very simple, I think it was 4-question, I couldn't find my copy, survey We managed to get that survey out to nearly 800 folks and get responses, valid responses from almost 700 from Tuolumne County, because we did the health fair and there were some people who didn't live in Tuolumne County, so we excluded them. And the results were shared with staff and Supervisor Brennan and with you to aid in your commiserations over that, which is going to be ongoing. But and we were happy to do that, and as Liz said, we'd be happy to continue doing things like that for you. We do exist to serve you. Well, now I thank you for your time, and my time as chair is over, and I'll let Kathy Peacock, our 2018 chair, finish us off. Thank you.
Thank you.
So good afternoon. Yes, we do have quite a long list of objectives and goals this year. However, a lot of them are repeats. The centenarian event, which you all have helped with in some way or another over the years, and our volunteers, senior volunteers. One of the new ones that we're looking at this year is to work with the Office of Emergency Services and Area 12 in defining and finding where the seniors are in this community in relation to disasters. If they don't have all the technology to get the information, at least have us know it somewhere, and also to do some education ahead of time for all the different types of seasons that bring on certain disasters. So we're going to be working with that over this year and as a trial and a start, and see where we can go to support and help what is in place at this time. Nothing new. I'm sure Tracy has quite a bit of that under her belt already. And so I think we'll just kind of work on that with her to see if we can strengthen that to some degree. And Kathy did give you the list of the 17, and again, the goals and the objectives for the 18 are very similar. We do have a community relations committee, and that is more about reaching out to the community, let them know what's going on, listen to what they are talking about out there, and the concerns that they have for senior issues. And also, the education committee is going on again, and that has to do again with the expo and with the disaster type of information, partnering with a couple of different programs and agencies that are already in place. We have the legislative committee, and they keep us focused and in tune with what's going on there that would relate to seniors specifically, whether it's housing. Recently, the high cap program was in jeopardy through the federal government, and they came and gave us a presentation, and we were able to get enough word out quickly and help get that solidified back in the books again, because that would have been done very big damage up here in Tuolumne County had that not gone through. So whatever little teeny weeny part we could do to help with that, it worked out well. Transportation Committee, we work with Tyler Somerset on that, and it's a kind of a nebulous committee because they have such a good, otherwise good county committees for that, but we want to be able to listen and hear and have input for seniors specifically about the transportation issues. And again, the expo will be in June as usual, and it's always quite fun and interesting, and it pretty much is geared specifically to seniors or caregivers of seniors. And so we try to bring that to the attention of the community as well. And then finally, the Joint Executive Finance Committee, that's the board mainly, that brings up looking at the bylaws, looking at different things that need to be done in the executive committee kind of setting. And so that sets the agenda, makes sure we have speakers and all of that. So it's a pretty much similar kind of goals and objectives specifically that we don't need to go into great detail because you'll hear that later on in the year. But again, we'd like to thank John Gray very much for always attending the meetings and always have something to say, whether it was good or not. We had something to say.
Hey, you get what you get.
That's right. And also for helping at the senior centenarian luncheons. And you've always supported the volunteer recognition up here, as has Randy. And Carl has come too. And Evan, we're going to get you here before you leave office. Yeah, so we hope you'll be able to do that sometime and see what your senior population is made of. It's not just all bad. There's a wonderful group of seniors that are out there. So thank you very much. And our meetings are the second Monday of each month at 1:30 at the Senior Center. And we sure hope any of you are more than welcome to come. And you don't have to talk or anything. Just come on and enjoy and see how it all operates.
And they are open to the public? The public
Absolutely
is
open
welcome?
to the public, yes.
Just a comment, I do enjoy the group, just a bunch of real caring people that are willing to work hard to help people sometimes not as old as they are, which is great. Randy?
Yeah, I want to thank you for all you do. I haven't been for a while, but I had a second Monday commitment with the Tree Mortality Task Force, which, because it's become routine, maybe I can come again.
Sure.
But the centenarian luncheon is always fun.
It's always, isn't that fun?
It is fun.
It is.
And you do so much. I am very sorry to hear about no more senior Tuolumne leadership.
I know.
Seniors in Tuolumne are a great asset to our community, and that has been a great program. I hope it won't go away forever. I hope we'll revitalize the program and we can get a new team to do it.
Well, interesting part of that is a number of our commissioners actually came from that. You know, they were very interested, and they stepped up to that, which was wonderful, because they bring a whole different viewpoint of things rather than just the people that are out there working and that. So it was great. And yeah, it is a sad thing. So I would even hope that, you know, this is as an aside, but I would kind of hope that maybe the board would send a letter of thank you to Carlton Pinwell for even starting that some time ago and engaging that in the community.
Good idea.
Because it was a very good program.
He's done
while
a
it
magnificent
lasted.
job of leading that class.
He did.
Thank you for that idea.
Okay. Any other questions?
Questions? Carl?
Just again, thank you for everything that you do. It's a great outfit, and Kathy, thank you for running it.
Well, this year maybe we'll see how it goes. Kathy did a great job, so those are big shoes to fill. So, thank you. Okay. Anybody know anything else?
Okay. No. Any public comment?
Well, I just want to say that other committees and commissions should emulate this one, because I've been welcomed at their meetings, which can be unusual, and I've always found them very engaged and very interested in learning what was going on and very active. And you know, some of your committees and commissions, I think they should all be fired. So more of them should go and act the way this one does, because I've been very impressed with the things they get done, and I've seen this whole can-do attitude, and they'll put something together in a day or two if they want to get something done. So I'm always very impressed.
Thank you. Anyone else? So we're just accepting the report, and thank you, and keep up the good work. Are we ready for our... Will the clerk please read our second 1:30 appointment?
This is a presentation by the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau Fiscal Year 2016-17 Annual Report and their 2-year destination marketing plan and 2-year budget.
All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Looks like we have a computer so we can do our PowerPoint after all. And I'll just stall here for a second. No, we have a lot to cover today, actually. Just reading that alone probably took about a minute. So you have the complete annual report, you have the pretty annual report, and you have the destination marketing plan. So we won't be reading from there, but rather just picking some of the highlights out of each of these items for you. And today we're going to have kind of a team effort. There's a great team at the Visitors Bureau, and I think it's time you guys get to know some of our team that's here. And also out in the audience, is it appropriate if I ask the board to raise their hand? There's a lot of board members and staff out there. Staff? Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you all for being here. So starting with the annual report, and then I'm going to start with that. Jen's going to go into a couple of the things that we're doing currently, and then into the destination marketing plan, and then Katie, who is our communications and tourism manager, will then go into some of the marketing plan as well, and I'll wrap it up with the budget and questions. I'm just going to sit down here for now. Okay, so on the annual report, now it is. On the annual report, we have some of the highlights are that we expanded the viewing area of the television commercial that we have done. This is our third year of doing the television commercials, so it now includes a Bay Area market in addition to the Central Valley and Sacramento. So we're looking at Livermore, Dublin, that area. And then we also have, I guess we can't play that? Or can we play it? We'll play it for you.
Tuolumne County, one destination, 3 incredible vacations. Step back in time in California's authentic gold country and state historic parks. Get outside and enjoy year-round High Sierra adventures. Immerse yourself in Highway 120's Yosemite explorations. Tuolumne County. Visit tctoday.com for details.
So that is currently running and will run through, I believe it's, actually I think we just finished it, February. So we also did some segments with Studio 40. Studio 40 Live is with Fox 40 out of Sacramento. And I don't know if you recognize these folks up there, but they're really great. They came out to the county a couple times and did some live shows from here, 4-minute segments. And also Jen went to Sacramento and did some shows with them on site at their studio as well. And those have been really fantastic for us. We also did the Eat, Drink, Play section takeovers with the Bay Area newspaper. And these have been great. We get a lot of feedback from these, but what I like about them, it goes to 1.8 million people. And it also is an opportunity for businesses in Tuolumne County to advertise at a really affordable rate. The Visitor Bureau takes on the bulk of the cost for it, and then you can buy into it at really, really affordable. And again, advertising with this and then having our commercial, it all helps to reinforce our message in the Bay Area. Another great thing we did, and I talked about this last year when I was here for the annual report, is the Brand USA campaign. And this is a program that is offered as a co-op through Visit California, but it gives us some really great components of marketing that we otherwise wouldn't be able to afford. And that includes National Geographic and Expedia. And the gross bookings on the Expedia portion of this were over $44,000. And the cost of the program was $45,000. So just that one component basically paid for this campaign that we did. Additionally, from this campaign, we get video, and we get to be on different partner sites with different countries. So the UK and Canada are our picks for this program. And a really cool thing that Jen did with our new website is to get a booking engine on there. So when we have people on our website and they are in that moment of being inspired to visit the county, they can book right then and there. So we've kind of captured them, so to speak. We had 2,893 total lodging referrals in 2017, which is pretty good. Now, we don't know if they completed the whole process. The only way we can know that is through our hotels. One of our hotels has reported back to us on this, and the bookings that they got outnumbered the cost for this program. So again, coming in above what we paid for. So we're trying to find any way to determine return on investment. So we'll take any of that we can get. One of the best highlights of 2016 was that travel spending continued to increase in the county. It increased by 4% over 2015 to $230.1 million being spent on travel in Tuolumne County. So that's a pretty great indicator of what an economic powerhouse tourism is for our area. And then finally, as we get into the destination marketing plan, I wanted to show this graphic, which is the tourism ecosystem. And what it shows is kind of where we land there as the destination in the orange circle. And we are the voice for our lodging and retail and other attractions. But we also partner regionally and statewide and nationwide with Brand USA. And you can see the differing budgets there. So we get to look at what these bigger organizations are doing. We look at what pillars they're promoting, and we look at how that might apply to us, and then we try and run with that and take part in their programs, thereby leveraging our funding and keeping relevant with what else is going on out there in the tourism promotion world. So with that, I'm going to pass this over to Jen, and she's going to talk a little bit about current projects.
All right, good afternoon. So before we start going into the highlights of our marketing plan for the next couple of years, I just want to fill you in on a couple of really exciting projects that have just happened or have happened recently. And one of them was a continuation of the Brand USA and Visit California partnership for the second year of the partnership that Lisa just mentioned in 2016-2017 was an outdoor adventure sort of focus and theme to that. And this year it was a California road trip type of theme for 17-18. And so with that, we also got more National Geographic and Expedia coverage, much like the first time that we did this partnership with them. But we also get another video. So in that first round, we did have our video that focused on Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, Pinecrest Lake, and Columbia State Historic Park. And we get to pick, every time we do this, we get to pick the 3 destinations that are covered. And so this time around, we went with Sonora Pass and Upper 108, and also the Groveland area and Railtown as well. And I will play this one for you. She got that dollar bill up there on the first try, by the way. She did a great job on that. And also a couple of other content items that we got out of that partnership were a couple of articles on visittheusa.com's website that are translated into other languages, and also that video lives on their site as well. We also get all of the video content that they collected during those 2 days that they were in Tuolumne County shooting that. So besides that video, we also get that raw footage as well, and are able to use it in other ways. So really exciting. It just happened last week. We had a TV crew from ABC7 in San Francisco here for 3 days, Monday through Wednesday, and they were shooting a half-hour-long Bay Area Life television show. Bay Area Life is one of their shows that they play on the weekends on ABC7, and the crew was here. We covered a lot of ground, and basically it was actually 2.5 days. We were up Pinecrest area, Strawberry, and then we were in Groveland and the northern part of Yosemite, and we were also in Sonora, Columbia, Jamestown, including Railtown during that. And while the crew was here and we were filming this, first of all, the crew was really excited. 3 of them had never been here before, but had heard about the area, so they were really excited to see everything that we had to offer. The cameraman, Dave, he comes here all the time. He goes fishing. His friends have a cabin up on Pinecrest Lake, and so he's pretty familiar with the area, which was great for them to find their ways around and things like that, even though we were with them the whole time. But they were also very engaged on social media during that whole time as well. And on the left side of the screen, you can see Lizzie there. She is the host of the show, and she is doing an Instagram story right there while she's in the cab of Sierra Number 3 out at Railtown. So this show will air on April 29th, and we will get the opportunity to be able to put this whole half-hour show on other ABC networks if we choose to. And also we get, again, all of the video content that they shot during that time they were here, which was pretty pretty extensive. So we'll come back later in the summer to present the annual report for 2017 and 18, and we'll cover a lot more. But those were just a couple of highlights that I wanted to point out before moving on to the destination marketing plan for the future. So the key initiatives that we'll be focusing on for the next couple of years is developing programs to increase visitation during times of low occupancy, and meetings, hosting meetings in our area, in our different venues to be a key component of working towards increasing occupancy, and working with media on key messaging about visiting all areas of Tuolumne County during off-peak times and midweek throughout the year. And Katie will be talking a little bit about that just in a few minutes here. So as I go into the leisure side of the marketing plan, you will see that there is some overlap in our efforts, which is pretty natural and ordinary. And so what I'm going to highlight a couple of things, the community relations, our new community sponsorship or our formalized community sponsorship program, our digital content development, internet and print advertising, and also possibly doing some research in 2018 so that we can really get an idea of how our efforts are impacting the economy here in Tuolumne County. So with that, we are inviting people to Tuolumne County over the next couple of years. That was kind of our overarching theme for leisure and the travel trade markets. We do recognize we have a very diverse audience, and we're always thinking about this. We have a very wide range and age of our audience, and they're getting their content in different ways, either through print, digital, or both. And we also have international and domestic audiences as well. So keeping all of that in mind as we move forward is key. So first I'll talk about our community sponsorship program, which you know was just recently formalized, and the budget for that has increased substantially as we continue that. So in the past, the budget's been $20,000, and if you take a look at the budget, which will go hand in hand with our marketing plan as we talk about it today, so we'll go back and forth. It went from $20,000 to $75,000 per year. And with that, just already we've been able to expand our sponsorships and our partnerships with the Celtic Fair Productions, and also with the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Posse for the Motherlode Roundup. But we're also getting a lot of new interest in this program as well as word gets out about it. For instance, with the Strawberry Music Festival, Farms of Tuolumne County, and also Friends of Columbia. And just as an example, a few board members from Friends of Columbia came in and spoke with Lisa and I just a couple of months ago, and they were really interested in creating new brochures and also getting those brochures out beyond the county lines, so into other markets as well, which is part of one of the goals of the community sponsorship program. So we were able to give them a little bit of advice on some ways to do that, but also offer the sponsorship program, and they did partake in that. So moving on to the digital content development, we do have an increased budget for that from 2018 through 2020. And with that, we're going to create a very extensive and captivating portfolio of updated photography. It's very important that our photography stays up to date and current. Fashions change over time, hairstyles change over time, so it's important that we're keeping up to date with those kinds of things so we don't look outdated. Also in that portfolio includes new video content, virtual reality experiences, blog articles, and things like that. We're also looking to hire a social media influencer in 2018, somebody who we can handpick based on their followers and their interests, someone who is very tied into what we have to offer here in Tuolumne County, and this person has social media influencers have a very large following, and so we can reach into new social media audiences by doing that. With internet and print advertising, digital advertising is definitely moving forward while print advertising is decreasing, so we are adjusting our budget accordingly. We asked for a 46% increase in our digital advertising while the print advertising budget is going down roughly 30%. And with our digital advertising, we will be looking at new potential places to advertise, but making sure that we stay with our key our key websites and news sites and so forth, such as visitcalifornia.com, sunset.com, which are our main generators of referrals to our website through digital marketing. Also, with the digital marketing, we'll look at we have increased our budget for social media advertising. We get a lot of compliments on our social media platforms. All the time we're complimented, but we need a bit more budget to be able to advertise and be able to compete with our neighboring destinations, such as Mono County, which has an enormous following. And that way we would be able to have a competitive presence on social media, Instagram and YouTube, just to name a few. The print budget, although decreasing, will make sure that we stay with our key, have a presence with our key lead generating publications such as Sunset Via Journal, and also those newspaper section takeovers like Eat, Drink, Play, which Lisa mentioned earlier. Also, we will continue our vacation planner, just to throw that in there. Our vacation planner this year has CR number 3 on the front cover and has gotten a lot of great response, and that is distributed through us by people who call us if they've seen our advertisements, or they're distributed in the Bay Area. The California Welcome Center at Pier 39 is a new place where they'll be distributed this year, also at San Jose and San Francisco International Airports, along with some upscale type of communities in the residential areas in the Bay Area, as well as other places like Pete's Coffee Shops and things like that. So just to kind of finish up this end of the marketing plan, in the past, the only way that we've really been able to gauge our marketing efforts, is through the increase in TOT over time, our member feedback. And so what we would like to do this year is to invest in some formalized research where we can really take a look at our efforts specifically as the Visitors Bureau to see how we're driving visitors to Tuolumne County, but also give us some data so that we can better guide our strategic plans for the future. And so that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more. We're looking to advertising in other TV platforms, non-traditional or newer TV platforms such as Hulu and Netflix, while maintaining our traditional TV platform as well. But those were just a couple things I wanted to mention. So now I'll turn it over to Katie Kirkland, our Tourism and Communications Manager, and she'll talk about the media and travel trade section of the plan.
Thanks, Jen. So I'm going to dive right into the travel trade section of our budget and destination marketing plan. So as you can see, we've budgeted $25,000 to travel trade, which encompasses media hosting. So media hosting allows us to reach out to media of different types, like bloggers, influencers, travel writers, and invite them to Tuolumne County and host them here. So in return, they'll write about us, and it'll increase our travel into Tuolumne County. We use nationally recognized public relations platforms, and we attend both domestic and national media events to help us to engage the media and to pitch Tuolumne County as a travel destination. We target our media based on our goal market areas like domestic, UK, and Canada. And using such a diverse group of travel writers like bloggers and influencers in traditional, it really helps us to appeal to our vast variety of travelers. We have 10 media trips planned through the summer, and we expect the trend to continue through the year. And additionally, as an increased effort to appeal to international travelers, we have translated our vacation planner, condensed it and translated it into 5 different languages, including French, French Canadian, German, Spanish, and Mandarin. So next I'm going to cover the section on Black Diamond. So the budget for Black Diamond has increased from $30,000 to $65,000. This will help us to further and develop our initiatives in the UK through Black Diamond. So this is really exciting for us. For the first time, we have got to partner with an international marketing and public relations agency. We chose Black Diamond in the UK through researching and really analyzing our travelers to the area, as well as their successful multi-year track record with Visit California. So Black Diamond also works with Mariposa County, and they do not represent them for the summer months. So this gave us a really great pitch for Tuolumne County to be represented as a year-round destination and filling that void of summer travel to Yosemite, which in turn gives the UK new material and new product. So our partnership with Black Diamond started at the first of the year, and it's already proven to be a huge success as we have many journalist trips planned to Tuolumne County, including a journalist from Cosmopolitan magazine. And Black Diamond, through their aggressive pitching methods, they have already secured Tuolumne County numerous publications in different UK platforms. Also, Black Diamond helps us to track new and existing flights into airports like San Francisco and Oakland. So this more than ever gives us the chance to run filmarization. I can never say that word, right? Filmarization tours with the airlines and tour operators and media as well. So next, I'll talk about our strategic partnership with San Francisco Travel. So this partnership allows us to tap into additional markets that we really can't tap into on our own. So one, for instance, is Highlink, which is China's top social media platform. And they've actually been to Tuolumne County twice with their most recent visit to Rush Creek Lodge. And they live streamed a wine tasting with Inner Sanctum Cellars and Judy Grossman from Brush and Cork. This resulted in over 155,000 views and over 400 comments, becoming Highlink's top live stream that they've ever done, which outpaces areas like Napa Valley. So it really spotlights Tuolumne County as a leader in the tourism industry. Another opportunity that San Francisco Travel has presented us with is through Hong Kong Airlines. So Hong Kong Airlines will be doing a direct flight into San Francisco, and San Francisco Travel will be hosting a familiarization tour. Got it right this time. And they have invited Tuolumne County to be a part of it as an add-on destination. So they'll be bringing not only Hong Kong Airlines, but again, tour operators and media to our area, so which it just further launches us into the Chinese market. And lastly, San Francisco Travel will be presenting us to their domestic audience. So being only 2.5 hours away from the Bay Area really gives us the opportunity to pitch Tuolumne County as a midweek and off-peak season destination, as well as pitching Tuolumne County as a meeting space destination. Which brings me to our last key initiative, promoting Tuolumne County as a meeting destination. And I've asked Terry to help me pass out some collateral. So our goal in promoting Tuolumne County as a meeting destination is to increase midweek and off-peak seasons, repeat visits, and encourage new companies to take root in Tuolumne County. So to kick off this initiative, we created a video that highlights a lot of our unique areas, such as historical buildings or Airbnbs, our awesome resorts like Black Oak Casino Resort and Rush Creek Lodge. And then we created an incentive plan as well. And the incentive plan is to available for groups who book through Tuolumne County or through the Visitors Bureau in the off-peak and midweek seasons. So and goals of booking 5 meetings within the fiscal year. So to help fund this initiative, we have allotted $5,000 to the budget. And our target areas are the Central Valley, San Francisco, Bay Area, and Sacramento. We also are leveraging the airports, Columbia Airport, and I almost said International Airport. We wish. Columbia Airport and Pine Mountain Lake Airport to really appeal to those corporate executives. So that concludes the section on public relations and travel trade, and I will pass it back to Lisa.
And normally the video is a little more smoother, it's nice and flowing. Thank you. So now we're going to take a look at the budget that you have in front of you, and we are going to look at the current year versus the amended current year, so to speak. So just wanted to touch on a couple things. Halfway through the year, we realized that we had more TOT funding than we had anticipated. But lucky for us, we have a wish list, and so we were able to take on a few additional programs. And I think when we were here in January, we touched on these, but I'll just name some of those really quickly. We sponsored the Wild West Bass Trail Fishing Tournament. We did a destination assessment with Destination Next, which was just happened. The workshop was kind of the culmination of this project. It happened last week, and we will be reporting out on that within the next couple weeks. We started Sacramento Airport advertising, so if you're flying into Sacramento and you're at baggage claim in either terminal at any baggage claim, you should be able to see our advertisements coming up that are inviting people to come to Tuolumne County. We also increased our search engine optimization and search engine marketing on our website so that we would rank higher with Google. We added virtual reality technology, and I know some of you got to experience that firsthand. I wish we had video of that. It was awesome. And as Katie mentioned, we hired Black Diamond to work with us for the UK and Ireland representation, which is very exciting. We expanded our television coverage to not have any gaps in it, so it ran straight through for 6 months, which included during the holiday season, and originally it was going to kind of skip that time, but we are able to have it run straight through. We increased the community sponsorships, and something I'm really excited about is we're partnering with the Tuolumne County Transit Agency on a summertime trolley for Saturdays that will be free for the public, so for our visitors and residents, and we'll have more on that in the coming weeks as well, but we're really excited about that. And the other increase was, well, you just heard all the work that we're doing. A lot of it, you only heard a little bit of it actually, but payroll, we had to hire someone to help with this. So our payroll increased mid-year due to hiring a new staff member. And I just thought I would mention that our payroll there that you have in front of you includes wages, health insurance, payroll services, workman's comp, and payroll taxes for 4 full-time and 6 part-time employees. Now, looking ahead into the 2-year budget, I just wanted to point out a couple things. One is you will notice that the income, we're being very cautious. We know that Yosemite had their 3 years of anniversaries in a row a couple years ago, and that's kind of when the visitation to Yosemite peaked. So we're just looking at that, and again, just being cautious, but keeping that wish list handy. And then in addition to what Jen and Katie have already gone over in regards to expenses, perhaps one of the most surprising things will be that we have taken the state fair off of the budget for a couple years. The program at the state fair has been dwindling, to say the least, in the last couple years, and they've had some management turnover, and we're hoping that taking a couple years off will maybe give them some time to regroup. Maybe we can have a little input into that. But this is a program that most people probably don't know. It costs us about $20,000 a year to do this, and additionally with staff time, and it's very expensive. And so what we wanted to do is take that $20,000 and put it towards the off-peak initiatives that we have coming up. And then finally, you'll see a negative net income, and that's just due to cash carryovers and just the way that we get the TOT. So nothing crazy there. That is all I have to say on the budget. But before I stop, I just wanted to also let you know about a couple upcoming events. On April 25th, we have our next marketing meeting. We have these every other month at 1 o'clock at the Visitor Center in Sonora. And Carl came to our last one. Thank you for being there. That was great. It was a long meeting, but we get a lot accomplished at those. And then for National Tourism Week is in May. It's also California Tourism Month. And so we will take a week in the middle of May, and we're going to do kind of a roadshow town hall where we're going to take our show on the road to 3 different areas of the county, and that will be Groveland, Miwok, and Jamestown. And just invite all the residents, our partners, anybody that's interested in hearing more about tourism or has questions about it, to come and learn a little bit more. So with that, I'd just like to thank the Board of Supervisors for all your support through the years and your continued support, and open it up to any questions you might have.
Any questions from the board?
No questions, just a quick comment. I'm always super impressed with you guys and what you do, and I just want to commend you. So it's fantastic, both for the community and tourism industry as a whole, you guys as a group, and for the county. I want to thank you for bolstering our TOT revenue, and that helps us. I think we have a fantastic partnership, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, what he said.
Thank you.
I'd also like to really give you a kudo or a shout out for that marketing meeting that you have, and I think that's really, really important. I'd encourage my constituent board members to attend one of those. I'm going to try and get to them as often as I can. I don't know which came first, the cart or the horse on this one, but it addresses a concern that I had, and I think was shared by some other board members about doing some turning inward and helping to leverage their efforts on behalf of some other people that are trying to do marketing within the county. And it's a really good cooperative organization that they've formed, and just hats off to you for doing that. And like Evan said, keep them coming. We need the revenue. We were talking about that earlier.
Randy?
Okay, thank you. I miss coming to your meetings, but that's okay. A lot on the plate, and I know that.
I could reassign you if.
I know you can. Maybe in a few months, let things settle down. First of all, I normally like popcorn when I see the movies, but that's okay. I just want to comment. I had to say that I love popcorn. I go to the movies, I got to have popcorn. You didn't talk a lot about how you host the foreign travel agents, and I participated in one of those last year. It was an amazing event, and those people, I followed up by thanking them for coming, and they responded to that, and they do a great job with that. This happened to be a Dutch group that I went with, and of course with a name like Hanveld, Dutch sounds appropriate, so it's Dutch. I'm curious, how are you using virtual reality? Those of you who haven't experienced virtual reality a la Visitors Bureau need to go down and do that. Okay, how are you using it?
So far how we've used our virtual reality is we have taken the goggles, the headset that you got to use in our office, to our travel shows that we attend, and people who come up to our booth get to experience that. We have currently 3 videos. 2 of them are of Yosemite, and we created those in partnership with Yosemite Gateway, with the Yosemite Gateways, Madera County, Mariposa County, and Mono County. And then also we have one that we've created on our own, and it's just the first of many to come of our attractions, and that is of Columbia State Historic Park. We did not actually create it personally. We had somebody who does that professionally do that. But in the Columbia virtual reality, you're actually on the stagecoach and going around town and things like that. So far, that's how we used it. If somebody wants to come in our office and take a look at it, they're perfectly.
Well, they're fun to do, and
you were having a lot of fun.
You look down, you see your feet. I mean, it's crazy. You'll turn around, and you see what's behind you. Okay, the other one is. You've been working on a crisis communication line. You want to tell us about that?
Yes. So we haven't really had a crisis communications plan, so to speak, but we felt it was very important, especially after the last several years here in the county. And I think sometimes we forget that visitors are out there in the midst of these crises sometimes, and we need to have ways where we know what's going on, whether it's through the county or another agency, and so that we can give accurate information and we can help our visitors, but we can also help our residents just by having the most up-to-date information and the correct communication funnels. So that was really important to us to do that. So we almost have it completed.
Oh, good. And you basically developing a system where you can identify where they are or where you last knew they were and get a message to them. That's really a good thing. I remember in Rimfire, there was a couple who ended up at our evacuation center, could not get back to Rush Creek, incidentally, because of the fire, and their belongings and their passports and everything else there, and our sheriff's team went in and got it for them, and I think it's really important we serve our visitors that way. Appreciate the great job you guys do, and keep up the good work. We need more visitors.
Thank you. We are working on it.
Are you on our? Do you have a representative on our OES
We don't.
team?
We have talked to Tracy about doing that. Okay. We have talked to Tracy about doing that, and are looking to get that taken care of.
That would be a valuable input
Yes.
to those meetings, because quite frankly, that's something that would be easy to just go over your head. So
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I guess before I ask for any public comment, kudos. We've come a long way in the last few years. I mean, congratulations on all the things that you've done, because it really has changed the way people look at Tuolumne County. And thank you. Public comment.
Thank you. I always think you guys do an amazing job, and I drop down your little visitor center like every weekend, and I make sure to sign your book. And then I think if we have people coming to Sonora, we should get a heads up, because, as you all know, I think downtown Sonora is pretty dirty, and we need to deal with the dog poop and the vomit and all that other stuff. And I see a lot of tourists and visitors, and I don't think they should see that side of our community. So if we're going to have visitors, we should spruce up the place. And then I would like to ask you to issue an invitation to Dr. Henry Young, who's the new chancellor for Yosemite Community District. And he does come up here to Columbia College periodically, and he's very interested in learning more about our area. And Columbia College has not really introduced him to our community in a very successful way. So I think that would be really nice if we could do something for him, because he has a family and wants to come up here and do some tourism things. So if we could organize something for him, that would be really nice.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Mr. Pedro.
Yeah, I just wanted to also just add my voice in that. This has been a very well put together, focused, articulated program, and this is our first time under the new agreement, too, and I think it's a great start as well.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Chairman, I just want to remind us that under this new agreement, besides from bringing this forward, it gives you the opportunity to provide comment. I've heard great comments. I can either bring this back, which my original plan was to bring it back for potentially approval of some letter of comment, which could be fully glowing, or I've taken some good notes here, and I could just work with the chairman if the board would prefer that.
I trust our chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
My only comment about that is, if we can give some visibility to the Visitors Bureau for the fine job they do, I like doing that too.
Okay. Just take that.
I would just ask, I think it's important to highlight that marketing committee, advisory group, whatever they're called. That's a really, that has a lot of future potential in terms of some of our, and I've got two of them in my district, and I think most of us have at least one, but there's some of these really small community chambers out there that don't have a lot of funding, and if we can find ways to enhance their ability to reach specifically for their interests, but by working through the greater good of the county and everything, that has a whole lot of potential. So just make sure that one's in there.
Got it.
All right. Any other public comment? Thank you so much. It was a very good report. Thank you.
Keep them coming.
Yes, so clerk, please read item 20.
This is consideration of adopting a resolution to support the Proposition 69 to prevent new transportation funds from being diverted for non-transportation purposes and oppose the Senate Bill 1 repeal.
You're back again.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for accommodating us earlier. And Kind of continuing on, in front of you is just an adoption of a resolution to support Proposition 69. If you recall, this is the remaining 30% secure under Article 19 of the fund so that they will be used only for transportation purposes. In addition to focusing on the repeal of Senate Bill 1, we've put a lot of efforts in our coalition of the roads and trying to move forward. And so I have a resolution that is attached to this memo to support both of those. However, if you choose that you would only like to support one, I have a separate resolution here that I'll pass down the dais that just supports Proposition 69. As you can see in the last item, number 4, we have a couple projects already scheduled for the use of SB1 funds. It is only $940,000 that we are receiving or anticipated to receive. However, we were working our best with the availability of different fundings, and part of that is our Jacksonville, Campo Seco Road, Algerine, and Seco Street chip seal that we would use part of those SB1 funds in addition to a RAC grant and detour funds in order to do some preventative maintenance that we discussed earlier today on the state of our roads. So it is recommended that your board support either resolution, and I'm here to answer any comments.
Go ahead, Carl.
Sure. I'm kind of the instigator, I guess, of the alternative resolution.
Thank you.
And I just want to put out there why, and I think it's really important, and hopefully as we go down the rest of this year towards November, we'll be talking about this more. But I have a problem with the original resolution in terms of actually supporting actually opposing the repeal of SB1. And I have a problem with it. I want the public to understand that if we don't get that SB1 funding, okay, our roads are not going to, our roads will get worse. Okay, they won't even stay where they're at now, and they're terrible. We really need that SB1 funding. None of us liked the source of that funding, i.e. the gas tax that everybody is up in arms about, and I'm not a fan of that tax, pardon me, in any way, shape, or form. But that was a 4-year process, maybe more, working hard through RCRC and CSAC to come to some language, some legislative language, and some funding source that would be sellable throughout the state of California. If SB1 is repealed, at best, we're looking for another 4 years effort to try and come to some kind of a resolution to replace that funding. And in those 4 years, our roads are going to continue to deteriorate. So while I'm not in favor of the funding source for it, and I wasn't in favor, and this board voted with reservations to approve or to support SB1 when it went through the legislature with some very specific reservations. But the people in Tuolumne County need to know what's at stake in November on SB1. I am not, for straight political reasons, I'm not willing to vote to support the repeal of SB1. I'm sorry, to oppose the repeal of SB1. I'm just not willing to do that because I think the funding came from the wrong place. I'm also not going to endorse the repeal of SB1. I just don't think we ought to address it. Let the people sort that thing out in November at the ballot box. I do think that it's absolutely critical that as SB1 funding goes forward, that Prop 60, is it 69? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Prop 69, we should support that because we need to put an ironclad set of bars around that funding and make sure that doesn't migrate like its predecessor funding did to some other source. So I'm recommending, and I'll be glad to make the motion since I was the instigator, that we accept the substitute resolution.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Well, in general, I agree with everything Supervisor Roder just said. One of the things here is that just frustrates me is that I think it's about 32 cents that we paid in gasoline tax that originally was for roads. I'm not 100% sure that number, but I think it's about 32 cents. And it got spirited off for other causes. And one of the questions I get asked all the time, why don't we have better roads? We've been paying all this tax for so long. Write your senators, write your assembly members, talk about federal gas tax. Go and talk to the people who are making these rules that we have to live by and tell them you resent how they're usurping our money for other reasons. That's why it's important to lock this money up. And it's not locked up right now. They can still play games with it unless that portion of it's passed. I believe when you tell the public you want them to invest in something and you're going to spend their money wisely, and then you go do something else, you've been more than dishonest, and that's just not right. Both RCRC and CSAC did this, and I know there was a lot of reluctance because I sat in those meetings. They promoted this, and the reason they promoted it was exactly what Supervisor Rover said. They didn't see any alternative. The roads and the statistics in your briefing memo about how bad the roads are all over California, I might add, are clear. And I heard the governor say, I was there when he said it. If you want roads, you got to pay for it. And of course, the reaction is, how many times do we have to pay for it? So, as an RCRC officer, I am supposed to support this. I don't like it, but I don't see any other choice. I mean, I can take the the ideological view. I hate taxes, and I do. I think we're overtaxed, especially in California. But how are we going to get our roads done? And it isn't enough. We already had that conversation. It isn't enough, even if we get this money. So what do? You can't have your cake, you can't eat it too, all that kind of stuff. I'm reluctant, but I feel important that we get what we can. We got to get to where we got to go. It's a part of our business, our economic ability to survive, and our crew's been doing a great job, but they're falling behind. And it's because they don't have enough money, and we're not getting them enough money anyway. We got to do this reluctantly, and we got to complain that we need our other 32 cents back, and maybe we can get up to enough money to where we can get those roads at least at a different level. And then we got to make sure it stays where it's intended to be and not let them take it away.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, I agree with Carl. I absolutely hate talking about this issue because there isn't squat that I can really do about it. We've written letter after letter, week after week. Our roads are falling apart because we don't have the money to fix them. We don't have the money to fix them because the state steals it. The taxpayers already pay it. The state steals it. They use it for other priorities, and they try to get more taxes from us because people generally support essential services like police, fire, roads. And it's complete BS. We've been between a rock and a hard place for a long time, and it just keeps getting harder and harder. And staff, I know you guys are trying to do your jobs. I agree with Carl. I appreciate the options, but this is just a losing battle. Eventually, California's going to have to pull its head out of its butt. Things like high-speed rail, and we talked about it this morning, continuing to expand our infrastructure while letting our existing infrastructure fall apart is just stupid. It's bad business. It's bad for our communities. It's bad for the state. It's bad for industry. It's bad for everything, and it's foolish. They are leveraging the fact that people need roads to get more money out of your pockets, and it's BS. So thank you for this option.
Any public comment? Okay.
Mic on. Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the substitute resolution that supports Proposition 69, fencing of the money, and not adopt the original resolution which opposes the repeal of SB 1. I don't particularly want to be part of taking a position on the repeal of SB 1. Let's let the voters sort it out in November.
Second.
Okay, we have first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk, read item 21.
This is a presentation on the Tuolumne County General Plan and Environmental Impact Report.
Well, while Quincy's firing up the projector here, I want to say that one of the top priorities that the board has provided my department and me specifically, along with Quincy, is to get a general plan adopted and keep the public informed. This is the start of the series to let the public know where we are, keep some high-level discussions and information funneling to the community, as well as provide the board an option to provide us any direction as a board and a body. We also have the committee that the board has formed, the working group that you have Carl and Sherry Brennan on, that we're working closely with. And we're moving forward at light speed, and come hell or high water, no pun intended, we will make the December deadline. Very proud of what we've done so far, but we have a lot of work to do in a very short amount of time. So with that, I'm going to be quiet and let our Assistant Director, Quincy Yaley, take it from there.
Good afternoon. My name is Quincy Yaley, the Assistant Director of the Community Resources Agency. We're going to give a brief presentation this afternoon, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. We're here because we're embarking down a road to prepare for the release of the general plan update and the draft environmental impact report this summer. And so we put our heads together and have come up with a number of presentations that we'll be making before your board for your benefit as well as the public. And this is the first of those presentations. And preceding this presentation, we went ahead and sent out just a few letters, over 4,000 actually, to all of the landowners who have a piece of property that the county is contemplating changing the land use designation of. So I wanted to give a shout out to our staff who over at CRA helped me get those letters out. That was an effort, to say the least. That, of course, has generated some phone calls and some correspondence with the public, which I would encourage those who are either here or out there listening to feel free to get in touch with myself or our staff. And at the end of the presentation, my contact information will be up on the screen. So today, we're just going to stay really high level. We're not asking for any direction or any decisions. If folks have questions about specific parcels, either that they own or that they are adjacent to, I would encourage them to contact me outside of this presentation. So with that, I will go ahead and begin. So when we start looking at how development works in Tuolumne County, we need to go back to the cake, to the layer cake. And that's what this presentation will be about. So the bottom layer of the cake is our general plan. The top layer of our cake is our zoning code. And the frosting that goes between it is the environmental review process, is CEQA. So we're going to talk about the cake today, and we're going to start with the bottom layer of that cake. It does. A lot of people have been asking on the phone, what is a general plan and what are you sending me? And the general plan is really a county's constitution for how it's going to grow and how it's going to develop. It sets out a common vision with goals, policies, and programs of how we are going to achieve things in the county over a time horizon, and in our case, it's approximately 20 to 25 years. A general plan attempts to balance growth, the conservation of natural resources, as well as the quality of life of its citizens. And actually, a general plan is required under California state legislation, and so therefore we are required to have one. The general plan is made up of chapters, which are called elements, and the state has said that there are a certain number of chapters that are required to be in a general plan, and that is listed up here. A general plan doesn't necessarily have to use these titles. It can rearrange the contents of these required elements however it chooses, but these topics must be covered in a county's general plan. A county or city or local jurisdiction also has the option to adopt optional elements, and those often reflect the unique qualities or characteristics of that jurisdiction. And so Tuolumne County has gone ahead and in the past adopted a number of optional elements, including cultural resources, economic development. Cultural resources is so important, it's up there twice. Recreation and agriculture. We also have adopted elements regarding community identity, air quality. We're adding in water resources. We have topics that address public facilities and healthy communities. And Tuolumne County has also adopted 5 community plans. These are specific goals, policies, and programs that address a certain geographic area. And we have those for Jamestown, Tuolumne, Columbia, East Sonora, and Mountain Springs. In addition to goals, policies, and programs about those different elements and those different topics, another important part of the general plan are the land use maps. And if you can imagine, if you're listening but you can't see it, it's basically we take a map of all the county's parcels and we give my 5-year-old a box of crayons and we ask him to start coloring in between the lines. And so some are yellow, some are red, some are blue, and the different colors represent different land uses. Here, the yellow represents low-density residential. The blue represents some industrial land uses. Red, commercial. And this is actually an area of the county off of Tuolumne Road and Mono Way. The dark blue is the SPI mill. And so you can start to see how land uses are physically planned on a map based on a number of factors, but it results in this in a mosaic, so to speak, of colors across the county. And so when folks are calling in and looking online, the colors do mean things. And so it's important because if a property has, let's say, is colored red, and in 10 years or so someone comes in with an application for a commercial development, the county has already said that that property is red. It's supposed to be commercial. And so the time for involvement in the general plan is when a county is going through its general update process, because whatever the colors are that come out of that update process, those do mean things and have lasting efforts into the future. And so that's why public involvement is so important and so critical at this time in the process. We talked about the layer cake, and the bottom layer of that cake was the general plan. Well, the top layer of that cake is the zoning. And people often ask, what's the difference between the general plan and the zoning? And the general plan is just that. It's general. It tells you what type of land use can occur on a piece of property. So maybe it's commercial or industrial or residential. The zoning code gets a little bit more specific and starts to talk about, well, what type of commercial development or what density of housing or what type of industrial development can happen. Other differences is that the general plan just lays out the density, 6 dwelling units per acre or 15 dwelling units per acre. The zoning code looks at specific elements of that development, including what is the parking, what is the landscaping, what does the lighting have to be. And so the general plan and the zoning code sort of hold hands as a development project moves forward, and they complement each other in order to get to an outcome of a a well thought out and well planned development project. The frosting in that layer cake is the environmental review process, and the general plan update is required to undergo an environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. The environmental document that the county is working on right now is called an Environmental Impact Report, or an EIR. It's a very thick and lengthy document that analyzes the environmental impacts of the general plan. It looks at the goals, the policies, and the programs to see what, if any, negative environmental impacts may occur as a result of that plan. It looks at the land use maps and the resulting anticipated growth to determine if there would be any negative impacts from those land uses. It's a program level report, not parcel specific. So it doesn't look at an actual building footprint on a piece of property. It looks much broader and much higher at what the results of the general plan would result in the county. That EIR does go out for a public comment period, and it's a 45-day public comment period. And closer to its release, David and I will be back here before your board to go over that process so the public can know what to expect during that comment period and how they can submit comments on the general plan. After that comment period, we'll bring that draft back to the county staff and we'll review it to make sure that it's exactly how the community, stakeholders, and the board want it to be. And then we'll bring back a final draft for your review and potential approval in hopefully December of 2018. A lot of people on the phone and who've been calling in going, well, how does this general plan affect me? And again, this is a very important time in the county development process to be engaged and involved in your community because the general plan does affect your day-to-day living. It affects things like noise and where jobs are located, what our roads look like, what your neighborhood may do, how are your children going to get to school? Is there a safe way for them to ride their bikes or for them to walk? The general plan talks about how we're going to conserve, preserve, and capitalize on any sort of natural resources we have in the county and how we're going to protect our cultural resources. We've put together a number of resources for the public, and on this screen here, we have our website, our phone number, and our address where people can get additional information. On our county website, we have lots of discussion about the general plan update, as well as links to maps that our GIS department has prepared that show what if there is going to be a proposed change on a piece of property and what that change will be. If you're interested in what the existing general plan is right now, just to get a little background information, we also have that on our website. Folks can call our planning division at 533-5633 if they need additional information. My email address is on the screen, but it's qyaley@co.tuolumne.ca.us. So we're here to make sure that the public understand what is going on in this process and answer any questions that folks have. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
The first question, just for the public's benefit, when was the last general plan adopted?
Sure. The last general plan was adopted in 1996, and so it was a 20-year planning document, so we're not too far off in getting it.
But that's the point, and the importance of the general plan is we're going to live with it for a long time. And so it's important that we get it done as best we possibly can. That's the point I wanted you to.
Sure. The general plan, like I said, does set up the framework for the future growth of the county. And so it's a document that staff uses from its point of adoption and for, like we said, 20 years, where staff and decision makers and stakeholders can use that to form opinions and form ideas about how the county changes or doesn't change in the future.
Very informative. Thank you.
I saw this once before, and it was really good. When I first saw it, it's even better this time. So keep up the good work in these presentations. It's so clear, and if people don't understand what the general plan is after they've heard this, then they haven't been listening. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. As you can see, we are trying to keep the public informed, but also educate them on what the general plan is and what it is not. We talked this morning about some troubling effects on the budget and opportunities. Our focus in CRA is to make sure this document gets through so we can provide the framework for private businesses in our community to grow and prosper. That's why this is so essential to us to get done in a timely manner, as well as it be done correctly. It is the basis for our future economic development, and we intend to get this done in a timely manner, correctly, and provide that opportunity for those businesses to come in and to grow and prosper. As I saw the Visitors Bureau's presentation, I was in awe about what we can do to help them do that. And that's the partnership that my department is going to make sure we put that in place for them. And also I'm going to add for the public's benefit, as you heard Mr. Pedro and his group talk about growth and opportunities, and I'm going to use an analogy I've talked in other groups about. A healthy organization, but more importantly, a healthy community has to grow. Has to grow, has to prosper, and has to provide those growth opportunities. Our expenditures are outgrowing our opportunities and our growth because we're not growing. And this document, properly done in our community, is what's going to set that basis up for them. We are going to be good stewards of our land and our resources because we have a very limited amount of them. And we recognize that, and Quincy and I's responsibility to the entire community as well as our whole team is just that. So I'll leave it at that. That's enough being said, and we're here to answer any questions for you, the public.
Any questions from the board? Any public questions or comments?
If I could, your email address was QDaily?
What?
D like daily, D-A-I?
It's on the screen, but it's QYALEY.
I didn't see it on the screen. Point it out to me now. Look. Very bottom.
I can give you a card.
Oh, there it is, Yaley. Oh, I see. Thank you. Okay. And also, what? How are you educating the public through the video? I mean, there's 12 public. So, how does the county and you get this across to the major public? That's my only question. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So since I arrived back in April, this general plan has been one of my main focuses, and we've had meetings with a number of stakeholder groups as well as other governmental entities that operate in the county with other interest groups, and also we've been here to the Board of Supervisors several times to keep you all updated on that process. Through, like I said, an outreach campaign to all the folks who have properties that are involved in the general plan update. They've received that information and also been directed to our website. We also have a list of just interested stakeholders that have commented previously in the process on the previous draft general plan and EIR, and those community members, their addresses and their contact information has been carried forward and will be carried forward through this next phase of the process. So there will be notices in the newspaper once we get closer to the release of the general plan, and also when we get ready for its final adoption.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, first, thank you, Quincy. This is the second time I've heard you present, and you're doing an excellent job. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So my statement is regarding a note that was on there about unwanted noise. And that is a significant issue for a couple of reasons. One, to my understanding, there is no noise ordinance and in the county. A few select areas where noise mitigation is permissive. But other than that, noise is quite extreme on some county roads. So I'll move off of that into the circulation. And the issue is that if noise is unwanted and it's quite loud and the decibel levels are very high. How do you reconcile that in circulation against the 85th percentile of the establishment of speed limits? Because there are speed limits that exist within the county that either they're unattended by law enforcement, doesn't have the resources to enforce them, or they're just violated by 15, 20 miles an hour over the speed limit, creating excessive road noise. So how, in working on the circulation, how do you deal with that issue as far as the 85th percentile being how speed limits are established? There's 5 mile per hour increments by which those speed limits can be adjusted, but sometimes those speed limits, even if they're within the 85th percentile establishment, fail to address or mitigate any of the unwanted noises that are as a result of that. I'm talking about road vibration, I'm talking about trucks, I'm talking about Jake brakes. So a lot of issues that must be addressed in circulation and unwanted noise for the general plan to go through unimpeded, I would say. There's a lot of aggravation out there regarding speeds and noises that are being generated by those speeds. Anybody want to jump in on that one? Because it's...
Yes, David, would you go ahead and comment on that, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to answer, but a general plan is just that, is general. What the gentleman is referring to is more of a speed study, and in the acronyms about setting your requirements for the 85th percentile for your speed postings. In addition to that, we have the EIR in the actual general plan covers noise in many different ways, not just in the circulation element. So I'd be happy to talk to you more in detail. This is a much more in-depth discussion than just you and I
understand
doing this. But there are mitigation measures that are required at the program level. There are also levels of this project specific. So I'll be happy to talk to them about the specific levels of that. But in general, the EIR has to cover one of the sections is circulation. Noise is another issue that goes along with it, and the mitigation measures at the program level that are appropriate to take care of those. So I'll talk to him more about that later.
Right, thank you.
And for clarification, the 85% criteria is a state law or state policy and not local.
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, David.
Any other public comments, questions? All right, thank you.
Good job.
Just one question real quick. Dave, when do you expect to have a schedule published for the public hearings that you're anticipating? I'm not putting you on the spot.
No, I'd say we have a schedule. We're just trying to see where we are in refining it.
Okay.
Probably May. In May, and we want to make sure when we publish that we stick to it.
All right, thank you. Clerk, please read item 22.
Consideration of approving the 2018 County of Tuolumne 3-year plan.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, at your last meeting, we went through a draft 2018 County of Tuolumne 3-year plan. There was only one change your board requested, and that was the addition of an element that we've called external relationships. It's on the last page of the 3-year plan, and there's 2 primary points under this. First was to proactively reach out to build and maintain trusting, constructive external relationships, both within and outside of the community. I'll just stop there. That was to address the fact we've had so many people, both policy board members and key staff throughout the organization, public and private, that we need to make a concerted effort to get out and connect with one another and build relationships just for the sake of having those relationships, so you can pick up a phone and talk to someone and just get work done in general. So it calls for purposely initiating that contact in the coming year and maintaining that dialogue and engagement in the future. And the second point was more purposeful, to seek broad engagement with community partners to study, plan, and deliver important community services. And this was a great illustration of the need to have input on our general plan. We've talked like water and other types of things where we need to be reaching out with one another, city, county kinds of things, with our utility district partners and so forth. and just trying to be engaged and to work together for the betterment of the community. So from very general, let's establish those relationships and feed them, especially as people turn over, which has been happening a lot, to being purposeful about trying to reach out and look for opportunities to work together in our planning and project delivery.
I think that in even a broader context, that second one is going to become increasingly important as we, dovetailing back to our budget discussion, as we have fewer and fewer, not fewer resources, but as our demand for our resources goes up, and our resources don't go up commensurate with the demand, I think that finding community organizations and functions that we can partner with and still provide services is going to be really, really important.
Yeah. Just a couple.
I mean, we do that already, but we
Right.
need to do more of it, I think.
But examples, like as we were just prior to going into the Great Recession, we were already working on our challenges with Tuolumne General Hospital. But certainly as that was coming to a conclusion and entering into the Great Recession, we worked very closely with then Sonora Regional Hospital, but also with the tribal organizations, with their clinics. We also worked with 4 of the counties in establishing the first partnership with regard to our farm advisory services. And I could list it on, but you know, it is probably a time for a new look and new engagement at that level. Absolutely. So that is all I have to offer, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any public comment?
Actually, that's why I was here. I wasn't sure what the timeline was on the agenda, so I got here early so I wouldn't miss anything. But I am, as I have seen today, this has been a most extraordinary meeting. I have learned a lot. There's been a lot of things presented that I wasn't here to hear, but I heard. And my major concern is the cannabis situation. I have discovered, as I was attending the November, December, January, February meetings about the cannabis thing, I don't believe there was a lot of outreach to the public, that at least the non-cannabis public that I live in, about cannabis. I think that people continue to believe it's a little green fern that a lot of us got familiar with perhaps in the 60s, and it is no longer that plant. It's no longer that business. It's no longer that casual little, you know, let's have a smoke and that'll be that. It's a major part of this county, I have discovered, and I do think we need...
Excuse me. Are you addressing the next item, or are you addressing our goals?
Proactively reaching out to build and maintain trusting, constructive external relationships.
Okay.
Is that what it was? I was thinking external meaning public.
Okay. Go ahead.
So that's what I'm just saying. As I was involved with those meetings and I would talk to the community, they didn't know what I was talking about. You know, what's the big deal? Somehow or another, I think now I know the personal use thing is water under the bridge. It's passed, it's sealed, signed, and delivered. Now you're considering, according to the other part of this plan, the commercial aspect of it. Somehow or another, we have to get to the public on their basis what this thing is, what this plant is, what this is all going to mean to them. And I am concerned because the personal use thing kind of went through and a lot of folks weren't ready for all that to happen. And now we're looking at commercial. So, and I noticed that on 2019, you're thinking about an ordinance for commercial and you're discussing it, you're considering it. So I don't know how you're going to do public outreach and public education. It is a lot up to us, ourselves, to educate ourselves. But on the other hand, I don't know, a series in the newspaper, something that will inform the non-cannabis community what in the world is really being, put forth here.
We will make a great effort. But you did have a point. It is also up to the public to engage, and it's very difficult. In the many years that I've been here, to get the public to engage in anything until after it happens. And I don't have an answer for that. I think if government had an answer for that, we would probably have a lot better policies in place.
I would venture to say that no matter what we do, of the 54,000 people in Tuolumne County, probably 51,000 of them either don't care or don't do the simple things that you need to do to be informed, like read a newspaper, everyone, or look at mymotherlode.com. Every single one of our cannabis meetings, both the working group and our own joint meetings and board meetings, were all publicized. And if people don't care to show up, you can't drag them here. So I appreciate what you're saying. I think a lot of people waited until the last minute to get involved. And then when they started seeing things happening that they didn't like, nobody comes here when they like what we're doing. Okay? They come here when they don't like what we're doing. And so, you know, some of it is on the community members. And it's not that we can't do better, and we'll work very hard. I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much for, one, sitting through the entire meeting.
It was good.
But thank you for your comments, and we'll try and do better.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hanveld.
Just to add to that, I think that there was a lot of confusion over that because we were talking about personal use, medical use. There were a lot of people thinking we were talking about commercial use. And when they found out we weren't talking about commercial use, some of them went home. They wanted to come back when we were talking about commercial use. Very complicated, difficult thing, and very confusing. So those kinds of things become problematic. We have enough trouble keeping them together, and I can't imagine, when you only have the partial knowledge, how difficult it can be. So thank you for your comment.
I want to thank her for her comment, too. And it's 3 o'clock, and I'm not the only person in the room today. So that is just amazing. And that is why I keep saying that everybody needs to come to these meetings and see what's really going on and participate in the process. And watching on Granicus is not the same thing. Hi, Sherry. So anyway, people really do need to participate. And we pay for this. You represent us. So I would invite more people to come, and you need to go to a finance committee meeting.
Everyone's welcome. Thank you. Any other public comment? I'll bring it back to the board.
I move to approve the 3-year plan.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 24?
How about 23?
Or 23. That would be
Consideration of approving the 2018 Board of Supervisors goals.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, in keeping with our practice, I took the first year of the 3-year plan and targeted down just on those things that were addressed in that first year, put our activities, deliverables, target dates, tried to beef up on the target dates in that, and the key staff related to each goal. Again, should be a very, very familiar look to you, and I offer this for your consideration and adoption.
Board comment? Any public comment? Supervisor Hanveld.
Yeah, I just got one, and that is on the 7A. I probably should have made it there on the external relationships outside the community. I just want to comment that I think we've done a pretty good job of reaching out to our legislative side in the governor's office and some of the other agencies we interact with. That's a constant journey. It's not a destination. They change those people out, and we're going to have to focus on that really big after the fall elections because a lot of those people change out, and that's an issue for all of us. And then those that don't change out will have to resign because there's a new administration. There will be a new administration. That's one of the things we do. That's the thing. But I comment, and I think you were in reference to it, for the first time we have some relationship with both of our state senators going to Washington, which we never had before.
All right. No other public comment, no other board comment. Bring it back to the board.
I'll move to approve the goals, 2018 board goals.
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Rutherford, second by Supervisor Hanwell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Thank you. Now we can do 24.
Consideration of providing staff direction on development of the commercial cannabis tax measure for the November 6, 2018 ballot.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm going to slow down on this one. It's important. But the purpose of this item is to request the board to consider an alternative approach to developing a commercial cannabis taxation ballot measure. It was on February 13th that the board determined that before it went further in its consideration of allowing any form of commercial cannabis in Tuolumne County, it wanted to know if voters would approve taxing it primarily to fund the general governmental services needed in response to it. And then on your February 20th meeting, the board did approve. It was, I believe, on consent, but it was approved on the 20th to begin developing such a ballot measure using a series of special meetings to be held between April and July. And the copy of that staff memo is attached. After we began to meet as staff to talk about, proceeding along those lines and meeting with the consultant, SCI Consulting, on how to do this, it became clear that without a specific regulatory framework outlining what the board would be willing to support in each of the 5 major areas associated with commercial cannabis, a flexible taxation structure would need to be prepared for consideration by the voters. And flexible meaning you got 5 different things that you can consider when you're ready to talk about a regulatory framework, being cultivation, retail, manufacturing, distribution, and testing. And then, as you'd see in the attached excerpts of an SCI presentation, the consultant's presentation previously, there's really just a couple major ways that you can go about taxing this type of activity. And it's usually one of 2 major categories: percentage of gross receipts, or specific dollar amount per square foot, or some combination of them. And again, you could look at the excerpts that are included in the staff report and kind of see different ways that people have done that. So what staff is suggesting is developing a ballot measure that would set forth the basis of this taxation in each of the 5 areas and establish a maximum tax rate range that the board could later work within in each area should it choose to allow that form of commercial cannabis to operate in the county. And there's a chart in here. This is not the full array of what you could do, but it gives some idea. It could be as simple as what in example 1, where you could go anywhere from 0 to 15% on gross receipts. It'd be like a sales tax approach. And just so you know, that's an example used by a couple counties. YOLO is one. It's very straightforward, but it gives their board the ability to set it, however they think it would work best in those categories. Or example 2 gives an example of how you could do it per square foot in some areas or percentage of gross receipts in others. And example 3 is you can use combinations of it. So it's really that broad, just give you an idea of how it could come to you. But with such a form of flexible and yet capped tax structure approved by the voters, your board could then, determine which aspects of commercial cannabis industry it might allow in the county and where, and 2, set optimum tax rates that maximize income while balancing against overtaxation and avoiding black market commercial cannabis operations. So that's a pitch, talking, staff that we approach this thing from a flexible taxation structure. Given where we're at, we're not prepared to talk about a regulatory framework at this time, and you'll want to leave your options open on that. The process for developing it would be, rather than coming to staying with that series of special board meetings, that staff would work directly with the consultant to prepare alternatives, run that through the Finance Committee en route to the full board. And the idea would be try to get back to the Finance Committee in May, come to the full board with a proposal, not an ordinance form, but just the outline of how you might go about doing it. and looking for an okay from the board then, and then allowing county council to prepare an ordinance for your consideration, placing the matter, a resolution placing it on the ballot, but an ordinance that would have such a flexible taxation structure to it. So that's what we're putting forth as an alternate approach rather than the series of special meetings. Whatever way you direct, we will follow.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I've had several discussions with CAO Pedro and also CRA Director David Gonzalez. My personal view is we don't need any more special meetings. I think we know that we want to put a tax measure on the ballot in November. We kind of made that determination. We want, I think, because we don't know if we're going to go down the commercial path or not, and if we do, we don't know, certainly don't know how we might go down that path. So we do need a flexible ordinance. And my personal interest, because of what we just heard on the general plan, I think that's our priority number one until the end of the year. We know what we're doing on personal use of marijuana right now. We've made that decision. We've still got an ordinance to vote, final ordinance to vote on, but that's a simple one meeting thing. I want to minimize the amount of staff time and resources that we put to this until we find out what the citizens have to say about a tax initiative on the November ballot. And so I actually encourage Mr. Pedro and Mr. Gonzalez to pursue this avenue or this approach to it, and let's just do this as cleanly with as minimal investment of precious staff resources as we can. And then when we get not through with it, but when we get the general plan out, approved and out, and we're waiting to see how that approval goes, we can re-engage on commercial cannabis. So I would like to propose that we provide direction to do exactly what Mr. Pedro is recommending.
I generally agree with that, and the one thing I think needs to come out clear is a communication plan with the public, a la what she said, and that is because this is likely to be confusing. I think we were pretty clear that if we don't have the ability to tax this and pay our costs, that we can't go forward with it, and I think the public needs to understand exactly what they're voting for, and it's an important piece of the thing. But that, I agree with them. We only need one meeting on this. And I mean, we've talked about it. We've discussed it enough. I think, like you said, save the staff time. Let's just get it done as best we can and try to make it as good as we can and just get it done.
One caveat on there is one area that I think deserves spending some resources. I'm not sure it will take a lot, but when we do draft the ordinance and if we do approve it and put it on the ballot, we need to put some effort into making sure that the public that is going to vote on that proposed tax clearly understands the intent of this board in putting that measure on the ballot. And I think Supervisor Handbell kind of soft shoot it, but I'll put some taps on mine. If we can't tax this, we're not doing it.
Okay. You're good. Simple enough. Any public comment?
I just have a question. Do we tax anything else based on square footage?
Your
but
house.
That wouldn't have to, but, okay, a business entity.
Yeah. Kanan would be able to answer that better than I would, but I think a percentage is easier myself, if that's where you're going.
Because I just think it's very confusing. And I was in this room last week with a group that's politically active with their own agenda, and they don't understand anything, in my opinion. So I think it'd be very...
And it starts out small, and then it grows, and at what time?
Because I'd rather look at a percentage of gross receipts and call it a day.
Money. I agree.
Money's easy to count.
But if you...
And,
like the YOLO
that
model.
wouldn't...
If you leave the option in the ordinance, it allows us to go any way we want to go. And we
Right,
can
and I
make the
understand
final
that too, but I'm thinking of,
Okay.
people I'm thinking of my side of the room.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think it speaks to the simpler and more straightforward we can make it, the better.
Absolutely. Any other public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
I would ask if Mr. Pedro needs any further direction.
I think I'm hearing you loud and clear.
All right, we got it then. Will the clerk please read item 25?
Reports.
County Council, do you have a report? Supervisor Rodifer.
In the interest of time, no report.
Supervisor Royce.
I'll save all the hot air in the room for Randy.
At least I wore a red tie. I mean, that kind of substitutes as a red shirt in the Target. Crosshairs.
Mr. Pedro.
You've heard enough from me today.
All right. Supervisor Hanfeld.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm the only one that does anything. You asked for that. Okay, look, I'll make it quick. I participated in the NACO WIR call, and that's where we got the good news. As pessimistic as my forecast was coming back from Washington, that we got SRS and we got PILT, and we got it increased by 14%, and we got the fire funding for the forest, which is a great deal, and we even got forest management money. That was a good deal. I had no idea from the conversations I had that NACO made such an impact, but NACO is amazing. Anyway, I attended a great event, which was the Vietnam Vets Welcome Home thing. I want you to know about that. I attended the open house ribbon cutting ceremony for the Oak Valley Bank in the East Bay, or in the East Shore, and then we did something, and I think we have changed the process in the state, and this is a big deal. We wondered what happened with our application for funding for the YSS grant for the Master Stewardship Agreement. We hadn't heard anything, so I made a call to Ken Pimlott, and I says, so what's going on? He says, I got $200 million. I'm oversubscribed. I got, I think the number is $360 million with applications. He says, I'm having trouble figuring out what works. And I said, why don't you sift through them, figure out which ones you think work, make them come in one at a time, and defend their proposal. So our team went last Thursday. We were the first. We didn't get 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever. We got almost 2 hours. And I believe that we've changed the process. I believe our proposal stood out. Those are the words from the chief himself. We got a lot of good questions. We got good advice. And I think we're the first one, and I think we're going to get through round one, and that's a good deal. And I feel encouraged by that because I also had to talk with a member of the governor's staff for about 45 minutes on Friday on his holiday. The final thing I want to mention is, in case you don't know about this, RCRC sponsors, along with Golden State Finance Authority and the UC system, sponsoring a program called FREED. It stands for Forest Resiliency, Environment, and Economic Development. It's rural counties only, and they're having a meeting tomorrow. I'm going to be there tomorrow. We're taking the YSS team to present what we're doing on the MSA and this agreement. Tuolumne County's on the map, and we're on the map because we're the best. And I had to say that.